black, calls the kettle burnt, calls her mad. Kettle reminds the pot that we both been burned on the same stove, that the parts of our bodies that are layered in soot were scorched by the same hands. Kettle tells pot that she still boils water, holds the hot breath of a white man's tongue, endures the slow simmer of a white woman's allyship, and still, we make something beautiful. Pot calls the kettle wicked, and Kettle says no, but says she's so magical she burned the hand of the last man who tried to pour himself a piece of her. Says she's so black she is everything, so black she is the beginning. She is the first thing someone finds home in when they wake up in the morning. Says ain't that what it means to be black? To have the world go up in flames around you and still be sanctuary for someone, saving men who lost themselves the night before, saving men who curse our names but forget his mama is made of steel too. And now the pot has no words but calls the kettle bitter, but loves the glass pan, the fine china, loves all the exotic shit white men put behind glass casings, loves how fragile things not made of steel can be. But this isn't about the pot or the pan. This is about the kettle, the black woman, how she pours herself across the earth, but no one bats an eye when the water disappears. We give ourselves to men who never love us, but they say we are difficult, too hard to break. How we, the kettle, praise this pot, this man for all the water he holds. How we are the only ones who do not call him monster when the water boils over, because we know this heat, this white flame, hot enough to make any of us explode. We are the first ones to make noise when the world goes up in flames, but they say the earth was saved by the man who heard her scream. Pot calls the kettle black, and Kettle says yes, but says you best remember you black too. The next time they bring a fire to your neck, they burn black bodies on the stake and the stove. Pot calls the kettle black, and Kettle says, bitch, I might be. Said, nuck if you buck, then says, wipe me down. Kettle says, yes, my nigga, I be black, I be mad, and I boiled the last man down to his bones when he tried to test me. Pot calls the kettle black, and Kettle says, hell yes. But don't say my name as if you ain't ever been burnt too.
All right, microphone check, 1, 2, in the house. DJ Torch, put a 1 in the chat if you can hear what I'm saying. Put a 1 in the chat if you can hear what I'm saying. We're about to get this party started. We definitely are. Let's check this out by Angry Biracial. Breaking it down. Here we go.
I'm biracial and I'm proud. I'm biracial and I proclaim it loud. I'm biracial, no hate can keep me down. No matter what my haters say, I proudly rep both of my races today.
Here we go. Breaking it down. I'm going to move it fast forward just a little bit.
Proclaim it loud.
While they commute to was cracking.
Okay. I'm going to pause it right there for a minute. Give it a little volume. Give it a little taste.
Sit down while they commute to was cracking. It's your Angry Biracial back with another video. In the past couple of days, I got a lot of comments from lots of modern black men in their feelings. This one dude said, how do you feel now, you angry half-breed? Rhoda Osmond lied. I swear these Kangs only see things from one point of view. Rhoda Osmond may have lied. She may have scammed everybody, but some facts don't change. It doesn't change the fact that black men are mass deleting and mass abusing black women and children every fucking day. It doesn't change the fact that slavery never ended for black women. They traded in a white oppressor for a black one. And it's sad that you all somehow think that just because Rhoda Osmond lied, that vindicates y'all for some reason. It does not. The scoreboard is far, far from fucking even. Every 4 to 5 hours, a black woman or girl is deleted by one of y'all.
Yeah. He is exactly 100%. And here's the funny thing. He might say it, he might not. Y'all brothers, brothers, Why are you always fighting? Brothers, deleting each other each hour. Thank you, everybody. Thank you, everybody. I know I sound great. But yeah, every hour. But somehow you have a problem with black women, but y'all are getting down, putting each other down every hour. Every hour. If you don't care about black women, fine. That's, you have that option, you know, even though your mother birthed you and everything, but hey, you know, whatever. But what's your excuse for your fellow man? Gotcha. Here we go.
I have over 1,000 videos on my channel, and I report on this violence every single day.
He does, and you got to check out his channel, okay? He reports on it every day. You don't believe it? Check him out. Check him out.
You all raping, deleting, torturing, and abusing black women and children. I did reports on y'all feeding your own children.
Shoot, they do that to each other. Look at Diddy. Diddy's one example.
Alligators in Florida because you didn't want to pay child support. I just did a video where a modern black male poured boiling hot water down his 2-year-old's throat. Last week, I did a video where a modern black male tied his kids down in Louisiana and set his house on fire, burning them alive.
Ain't that something?
Go on all damn day. Black women are used to violence from y'all. They're used to being beaten and mistreated and abandoned by y'all. So of course they reacted a certain way when they saw another black woman whose face was badly swollen, because this is their everyday life in dealing with y'all. I just did this story where this young black woman was savagely beat because she rejected a black man, because she told him she didn't want to give him her number. So yeah.
You know, let's break it down, Angry. Let's break that down right now. Let's break that down right freaking now.
I'm biracial and I'm
You
proud.
pause that. Get to the good stuff.
And I wanted y'all to come and see like how skinny I am and watch my face look on. That hard working booty. Hey, see, ladies, when your man start doing some stuff like that, like handiwork, you gotta tickle his gooch. You see what I just did? No men like they gooch tickle.
I wanted to show a video of her smiling, of her positive, perky attitude, of her just being her, of her face glowing, before I horrify you with what happened to her. She, a young black woman, was a victim of a modern Cain, a dusty bandit who was too insecure to take rejection. But let's listen to her tell it.
Hey y'all, I've been resting, so sorry for the late update, but I can't even look at myself right now. I'm gonna cry. So I basically refused to give my number to someone at the store. I told them no thank you, and they were drunk, and they punched me in the face 3 times, and I was caught off guard basically. So here I am in the hospital. So that's what happened, and I'm filing a police report right now.
Police reports in hospital rooms seem to be what you fellas like to take women to. Let's keep it going.
And they're gonna be able to get the footage from the store that I was at. It's all on video, so
She was punched in the face 3 times for simply not wanting to give out her number. We know the stats. Black women are deleted every 4 to 5 hours, and almost 100% of those deletions are at the hands of modern black men. Black femicide is a thing. because modern black men can't handle being told no. They feel entitled to a woman's body, to a woman's time, to a woman's money. And when they are denied those things, they turn violent. Brace yourself, for what I'm about to show you is horrifying.
This motherfucker done broke my fucking bone.
Look at that. Look at that.
In my face. All because I didn't want his number. Now, I don't even know if I can be able to see out this iron anymore. All because I said no. Look at my face. Y'all know how I look. Oh, look at this shit. I could barely have this eye open. Did you know? This was completely closed.
Are you guys going to check your pal? Fellas, you going to check your pal? No, you're not, because you'd probably do this too.
I can't even see shit. My face is fucked. Wow. This is some scary shit out here. I'm moving from Detroit. I guess I take. I'm moving from Detroit. I cannot live here.
Watching that broke my heart.
That broke my heart too. But check this out. Y'all seen it. Let's get through it. Here we go. Your friend and mine, Chantel Simone, with a national anthem for DV.
Hear me out. I have a very controversial thought, and a lot of people.
You heard me. The national anthem for DV, for perpetrators.
For me, call me and pick me, like, okay, whatever. If more women were to be introduced to a brick to the face whenever they act out of pocket, less women will act out of pocket.
Remember now that young lady you just saw, all she said was no. See, a lot of people don't realize or understand that crazy men, bandits, perpetrators, purveyors of restraining orders, being out of pocket to them is saying no. Yeah, you could say no to them. But being out of pocket to them is doing something doing something you want to do and they don't want you to do. It's to disappoint them. That's what is out of pocket to them. And this idiot here unleashed these perpetrators, in my opinion.
What?
If more women were to be introduced to a brick to the face whenever they act out of pocket, less women will act out of pocket.
Get your food! If you say one more thing, I'm gonna knock you out. Oh my God, I said one more thing, I'm gonna knock you out.
If more women were to be introduced to a brick to the face whenever they act out of pocket, less women will act out of pocket.
We are going to begin this evening with a vicious attack that again raises questions about the criminal justice system.
If more women were to be introduced to a brick to the face whenever they act out of pocket, less women will act out of pocket. But because we know that we are covered by this societal norm that men shouldn't hit women, we feel as though
The norm, she's not even from here. How would she know?
we can provoke men. We can talk any kind of way. We can throw things at men. Look at Brittany Renner the other day, y'all. If this whole societal norm that men shouldn't hit women weren't around and Brittany had thrown that water on the guy and she knew the consequences of that would have been a nice solid brick or fist to the face, I bet she wouldn't do it.
6:14 now. New disturbing details emerging this morning in the deadly shooting of a woman who police say was killed by a former University of Alabama basketball player.
If more women were to be introduced to a brick to the face whenever they act out of pocket, less women will act out of pocket.
Mother, DeCarla Cotton, a man approached her daughter and started flirting with her at the restaurant. Harris declined his advances, causing an altercation. Cotton says as her daughter and her boyfriend were leaving, a man shot multiple times into their vehicle. Harris's boyfriend fired back in defense. Authorities say Miles, along with the second suspect, are both charged with capital murder.
But we walk around protected, so we can be unruly, we can be uncivilized. But if more men were supposed to say, you know what, forget that, fist for fist. If you hit me, expect this fist or brick.
Phoenix Soul says this: every time I hear her voice, I feel an extreme sickness in my gut. I'd like to introduce he to a brick. Her to a brick.
If more women were to be introduced to a brick to the face whenever they act out of pocket, less women will act out of pocket. If more women...
Phoenix Soul, don't feel bad. She says she behaves like a man, so she might as well be called one.
Were to be introduced to a brick to the face whenever they act out of pocket, less women will act out of pocket.
I'm biracial and I'm...
Let me pause that. I say let's get right into it.
So, you know I have to speak on this. I had did a video once before, and I will do it again. Houston.
Welcome, Feisty Black Magic in the house. Here we go. I mean, on the screen. She's hiding somewhere, but here we go.
Prosecutors say this is not the first time the viral brick lady has made a false claim. So you all know this lady came out, and we all thought that she was the victim of, of an attack, because this is very common with black males. I have seen this happen before myself in person. When you don't talk to a black male, you don't give them the time of day or your phone number. Black women have been attacked, jumped on unalive, and I said in my video before, and I say it again, if this is true, I want to see somebody get arrested. If this woman is lying, then she needs to be held accountable. So they say they have an arrest warrant out for this Rhoda Osman, and fair use. Let's watch.
The woman at the center of a viral video who claimed a man threw a boy at her head because she would not give him her phone number is now wanted by Houston police. This story got national attention after that woman live streamed what she claimed was the aftermath on Instagram and started a GoFundMe. Only KPRC2's Bryce Newberry is talking with the prosecutor on this case.
Okay, let me pause that right there. We're getting right into this. Here we go.
Live on KPRC TV and the KPRC2 Plus live stream. The news starts now.
Right now, 10 competing claims about this viral video.
Y'all gonna let a man hit me like this?
As the woman seen in it cancels her plan to turn herself in for theft charges.
Only on 2, the man accused of the violence reaches out to KPRC2 and shares his story in the aftermath of that night.
What?
Let's get some shout outs out of the way. Indiana Mom's in the house. Phoenix Soul is in the house. Why Seeking Knowledge is in the house. Mistress Newbie is in the house. Indy, Anna, Mom is in the house. We have Conscious Mind Love in the house. We're going to get this party started. If you are in the house, let me know. We're about to get on the roll. First of all, right off the bat, look at him. Who does he remind you of sitting like that? Fit, feminine, friendly, submissive. Look at him. Look at him. Let's keep it going. Let's see what he tells. Let's see what he's telling the news guy here.
Been like for you having to stay silent?
It's the hardest thing to do. It's to not say anything when the whole world is saying something about you.
Thank you so much.
Oh, I got a lot to say about him. You're gonna find it out here in a minute. You're gonna forget who. You're gonna forget who the Rhoda is in a minute. When I get done with this dude, you're gonna forget all about her.
For joining us tonight at 10 o'clock on Daniela Guzman.
And I'm Keith Garvin. The woman who made those allegations is wanted by Houston police tonight because investigators say she made up the story to profit from a GoFundMe. KPRC2's Biracial area is now.
First of all, the thing is this: she didn't make up the story. They both agree that he was there and she was there. Making up a story is like he was at home watching TV and she was at the club saying that he did something. Mrs. Newby says this: the guy who kept telling the white woman to act like Coretta King, I can't remember these degenerates' names. Okay, so the story happened. So already the news is already kind of getting a little bit weird. But let's keep it going. Let me break it down. I'm telling you, you're going to be shocked when I get done with this. There's a lot of little things, you know, that the big channels might have missed. And I just want to get it out. I don't expect a whole lot of clicks or a lot of likes. And by the way, like the video. You got to like the video, the live stream. You know, I could be watching football or something right now, but I'm here with you tonight. So anyway, let me get back to this. You're going to see what's going on. There's a lot of discrepancies by all people involved in this. Let's put it that way. Here we go. Why Sync-Analysis says, I'm pretty much intellectual. Black men can stand that in arguments. Can't stand that in arguments. I go 20 to 100 words on them, and it's like speaking Dutch to them. They snap out. Indiana Bob, I'm happy for you. Here we go.
Live at HPD headquarters tonight with the exclusive interview. Bryce.
Keith and Daniela, Rhoda Osman, who's known virally as Brick Lady, was expected to surrender here at Houston Police Headquarters this afternoon. That did not happen. But tonight, the man who she accused of throwing that brick at her head when she says she wouldn't give him her phone number is telling only KPRC2 what he says happened that night.
Listen closely now. Listen closely.
Yo, this man just hit me in my face with a brick and all these.
Okay, first of all, let me bring this back a little bit. I want you to take a snapshot of her face here. Look at it right there. Look how big that welt is there. Now, that's not, it got bigger later. It got larger later. Okay, let me get it going.
With a brick and all these black men just what?
This video has been seen millions of times. The man accused of the viral brick throw reached out to me for his first interview.
This was a well thought of plan, a diabolical plan.
Olin Douglas is a father, son, and small business owner. But in September, allegations made by 33-year-old Rhoda Osman nearly put it all at risk.
It caused people who I thought really knew me to kind of betray me.
Douglas says he met her at a club near the Galleria as she wore a mask that only revealed her eyes. He invited her to an after party.
It's as if she was trying to get in some type of conflict.
But says she was aggressive and very...
Now it's much bigger. Look at that. It's important I point this out. Very important I point this out. If you look in the back right here, this is a hospital room. Okay? Listen closely because it gets nasty later, folks. This is going to get nasty.
Intoxicated, they ended up in a car with friends.
She physically didn't start touching me until...
Wait.
Didn't start touching me until I asked her to leave. So you got to get out.
Outside the
Wait. Okay, remember, they're inside of a car.
I asked her to leave. So you got to get out.
Outside the car, Houston
Okay,
police
so he said she physically didn't start touching him until he asked her to leave. Remember, that's important.
say surveillance video then showed Osman slapping him in the face before he hit her back with what appears to be a plastic water bottle in hand.
You should never hit a woman in general,
Okay.
but
So the surveillance and himself both exposed that he did indeed hit her. Whether she struck first or not, he did hit her. So that dispels any fact about her not him, her hitting him. I mean, him hitting her, not hitting her. Because before there used to be the saying, "No, I never hit her." Let's keep it going. Oh, it gets nasty. Welcome, New Diamond.
I didn't want to hit her, actually. It was like,
if you don't want to hit somebody, you don't hit them. Okay? If you don't want to hit somebody, you don't hit them. Is he so weak he can't overpower a woman and just hold her, keep her from striking him again? Shoot. I've done that with dudes. And he's probably bigger than me. Listen to the way he sounds too. That's why I'm telling you, he's resting in his femininity. He's trying to make himself a victim in front of a woman. She overpowered him or something.
And I just reacted.
According to court documents, the footage didn't match what Osman told police, that a male Uber driver threw a brick at her and tried to kidnap her, that she did her own investigation and was told that Douglas was...
That's what got her in trouble, is that nobody was trying to kidnap her initially, at least right now.
The one who assaulted her. She's now charged with theft because prosecutors say she made it up and tried to profit from this GoFundMe that raised more than 40.
That's what got her in trouble. Was the profiting part. Otherwise, it would probably sit as a dispute. Because they both struck each other. So basically it would be in a dispute. But the fact that she tried to make money, that's a problem. If the money went to a legal help, I think she could have done something with it. But nope.
$2,000.
It's been a divide between, black men, black women, and
whose fault is that? I mean, who's the leader of the community? That's what they don't want you to know, ladies. See, the funny thing is this. Oh, it's going to get deep. We're getting deep tonight. His mistake started long before this whole thing.
Evil what she did.
If police didn't have this surveillance video, this evidence that basically clears you, what kind of situation do you think you would be in?
I would be that guy that hit a girl with a brick. I'm black. I'm surprised I didn't get arrested in 30 seconds from this going out.
Douglas says
he never got arrested. So what's his problem?
Received death threats from complete strangers.
She's just manipulating people using their pain. And that should be the true crime here.
He hopes people online will be more conscious.
The internet is the internet. It's not real life all the time.
And I spoke with Houston police this evening. They tell me that the Major Offenders Division investigated this alleged assault, but the evidence in the case led them to this theft charge against Osman. Tonight, she does remain wanted, but in an Instagram comment from her page. She said that she's been harmed and abused and looks forward to her day in court. We're live.
Okay. I'm going to drop the link just in case somebody wants to come up. We're going to first jump into his conversation on Tonya's channel.
I am your host, Tonya TKO from the Tonya.
Make sure you like and subscribe her channel. She does good work, and I liked what she did here. We're going to skip. I mean, I'm not going to play her whole live stream. That's not what it's about. I'm going to just play the parts where he starts talking to her. And only part of that part. If you want to see the whole thing, you know where to go. Here we go.
All right. So, Olin, how are you?
Hey, I'm good. How are you doing?
I'm fine, thank you. Let me just make sure that your audio is okay. So if my audio is okay, put up the number 1. If his audio is okay, put up the number 2. If there's some issue, let me know which audio needs to go up or down. Okay? So say something now so I can adjust your audio.
Hello? Oh, why is he not in jail? Because I never hit her with a brick.
Okay. So let's
No, I was just looking at the message. Is that working?
Yeah, I hear your audio, but if you want me to take the comments off the screen, I can. I don't want them to be
Oh
distracted.
no, I'm sorry. I just wanted to test the audio.
You said, why? Somebody asked, why is he not in jail, right? And then he said, because I never hit her with a brick. You don't have to hit somebody with a brick to go to jail. You can go to jail for hitting somebody, period. Later on, as you saw, he did hit her. Let's keep it going. Here we go.
With answering a question.
Okay, so let's talk. Let's see. All right. How did you get involved in this whole brick situation to begin with?
How did I get involved with this whole brick?
Yeah.
That's a good question.
Oh, come on, dude. Come on.
How did I get involved with this brick? Well, she just added me to her life. So it's really how I got involved.
What do you mean? What is he freaking talking about?
What do you mean she added you to her live? Talk to us.
Yeah, exactly. What the hell's going on here? What? And this is a problem. Is he doing this on purpose, or do you think this lack of would you call it? Comprehension is just a mental defect he has. Man, answer the question that she's not. Tonya is not talking in Hungarian, dude. Shit.
Understand what happened, what took place.
No, but that's a really good question. How did I get involved?
He's stalling because he's thinking a story. I don't know why he's trying to think of us. You don't have to think of why you don't have to think up a fact. You don't have to. It has been too soon in his life. He's acting like this has been 15 years ago or something. You don't have to act or re-ask. See, he's thinking of an answer. He's thinking of an answer. He's not being honest already out the gate. Because if you want to be honest, you just say, the answer could be, I don't know. Okay? But he's contemplating his answer. Here we go.
It goes back into the story where let's see.
Look at this. This is the essence of a nice woman would call circle talk. He does not want, I mean, just answer the question, dude.
She was at Liquid Lounge. From Liquid Lounge.
Okay, Liquid Lounge. I want you to show you what Liquid Lounge looks like. Welcome, Yolandos.
Hello, DJ.
It is good seeing you up here. I'm glad you're up here. Your intellect is always impressive and appreciated. I just wanted to put up this Liquid Lounge. I don't know what I did with it. Okay, wait, hold on one second. I gotta go to Google. Liquid Lounge, and that's in Houston, I believe. Okay. Okay, that don't look like it. Wait a minute. I'll be damned. Is it this it? I'll be damned if Camel ain't right again. She said Camel was on point. I had a conversation with Camel earlier today, and she was saying that she feels like the Liquid Lounge is one of those, those what do you call it? Cultural hole in the walls that house different kind of things like, Ethiopian night and right here, Afro beats, Liquid Lounge, Saturday, Sunday. So yeah, it's an Afro beat spot. Okay. Now, I wanted to give it. Well, that just tells where it's at. It doesn't help any. No, that doesn't help either. So anyway, what do you think so far, why seeking knowledge? What's going on with you?
I'm really kind of feeling impacted about it with her. I mean, considering all the issues that we have with violence against Black men onto Black women. We have a lot of domestic violence. I mean, those numbers aren't even really talked about quite so much as we usually cite the deaths that we have. We going every 4 hours we're going at their hands. It's like 6 a day.
Right.
6 women aren't going to be here from midnight to midnight. There's 6 Black women that's going to die violently at the hands of a Black man. Either, we're not even talking about all the instances of domestic violence. For her to perpetuate this kind of thing, is something that, is not acceptable for her to play that. But I can kind of understand it too, having been at, I've been to Jamaica, I've been to Ghana, I've been to places where the patriarchy and the colonization and things like that and women's place is a whole lot different than where we have it here in America. We don't have it good as we would like to have it, but their issues are a whole lot different. They're not listening to women there. They're not listening to women. It's a lot of, everybody is starving and trying to get to the United States for different reasons. Okay. This is the land of opportunity. And this is a land of opportunity for a lot of different reasons. And that's, sorry about that.
Oh, no problem.
That's one of the reasons is that you can run a scam like that. You can never do that back home. Nobody's listened to her like that here. So that's what, and this is not the first time she's run the scam. After that video came out where she quote unquote caught the brick, she had an old roommate, and I forgot whose platform that was on, that called her out and said that she did it before. So that's why you end up seeing the subsequent videos with her on it, and she cried wolf and did this whole thing before. And she said that it's something that she injects or puts in her face. She's like allergic to or something that makes her face do that. Okay, so this she is fully scammed. When I saw that, I knew that. And like I said in the comments, another thing that I noticed, I don't know if you guys noticed this too, and I kept watching the video because I felt sorry for him. Like, because we had been catching, there was a lady and her boyfriend who had been walking down the street and they were holding hands. This man tried to hit on the woman and she refused them. I'm with my man, and they shot her and her boyfriend. Y'all remember that?
Yeah, I think.
Okay.
Yep, I do.
So we've been catching instances so it's not out of question that these things happen. Okay, so I'm giving her the benefit of the doubt. But as I'm watching the video, I'm noticing that she's turning around and explaining to them, why is she telling them what happened when they were all witnesses? And that
Right.
kept catching me in the video. She
I
turned
do have
around
a
and
question.
explained a number of times. I'm sorry, go ahead.
Why do you think the social media focused on this more than all the other women who actually did suffer?
I think part of it because, I mean, she was loud, she was boisterous,
Mhm.
and at the point where we were with the Dusty Fear was on a fleek level at that point. If I'm not mistaken, it was somewhere around the high pit of Kevin Samuels. So the men were entertained. No, so these issues were like out there at a peak around that time. So it
Mhm.
was out there. Yeah, that language was out there. Everything was out there. I mean, there were a lot of men saying, what she get? She probably did something, and all this stuff. So the conversation level was very high, at that time. She was very loud and vocal about it. So a lot of people jumped. I mean, tensions were already high. So people jumped on that and rode it at that time, if you ask me.
Okay.
So let me see. So I was at Liquid. I was in a section. And from being in a section, I seen her. She was standing up, but she had a mask on her face. You know what I mean? So I thought it was interesting. So you can only see her eyes the whole time. I thought it was interesting because it's like hot as hell, and it's a lot of people. And I'm just thinking, why does she have a mask on her face? And then from there, I asked her if she wanted. Yeah, do you mind taking the comments? Because it's like I'm reading the comments.
I think he stalled for a reason. What do you think?
I think he's trying to be very eloquent and get his story together. He seems to be pretty well. He tried to dress the part. He's trying to be very vulnerable. Like he said, he's trying to be the victim and try not to be this hard, stereotypical Black man that, they paint them all to be. I mean, that he's very careful in his presentation to make sure that he's not thought of like every Black man. He's trying to present this edge of softness so he can be believed. And I saw it from the beginning.
Okay.
And you do too, right?
A little bit. I think he's trying to think up something that I think everything you said is on point, but at the same time, I think he's trying to think up something like let's leave it at what you said for now. I think let's dig in a little bit deeper here.
So from there, I asked her if she wanted to come sit down in my section. She came over to sit down in the section. Well, no, she came over, but she said these ladies need to move. If I was to sit here, they need to move. So for me to come here, they all need to leave. And then I said, well, I guess you're gonna have to stand up then. And then that was it. Never spoke to her, talked to her. I don't know who she is. This is really random.
I got to go back over that again.
From Liquid Lounge, so let me see. So I was at Liquid. I was in a section. And from being in a section, I seen her.
Right.
Okay, so let's talk. All right. How did you get involved in this whole brick situation to begin with?
How did I get involved with this whole brick?
Yeah.
That's a good question. How did I get involved with this brick? Well, she just added me to her life. So it's really how I got involved.
What do you mean she added you to her live? Talk to us so we can understand what happened, what took place.
No, but that's a really good question. How did I get involved? It goes back into the story where let's see, she was at Liquid Lounge. From from Liquid Lounge. So let me see. So I was at
My opinion, he's just taking too long to answer the question. I can understand that sometimes people need a little time to what would it be to grab from their memory what actually happened. But remember now, he's been going to the news, he's been going to the police, and they've been asking him these same questions that Tanya's asking him. That's why it's kind of weird that he's stuttering and taking this long. But
Well, I think New Diamond had a point. She just said something a minute ago saying that she thinks that he was involved, and his gestures and his hesitations, just like you said a minute ago, I'm kind of gravitating towards your side of it now because he's so much more calculated now,
Right.
and I'm seeing it now. And then when she said, New Diamond said, he took it too far. She took it too far. So he may, and then why would you go out with a woman with a bag on her face? All of this is not making any sense. I don't know
Right.
any men. I know men are very thirsty for the cho-cha and things like that, but I don't know. That's kind of like a far reach to go out with a woman with a bag on her face. I mean, come on now. I know they do some desperate things, but the bag on the face.
Right.
So now this is not, the math is not mathing on his part. I mean, look at his face, even right here. He does look like he's pulling off some kind of deception. Just right there, this gesture, his face is his look right there. He's making up something just from what I see.
Yeah, I like to shout out Sandy Red in the house, Brina West in the house, Indiana Mom in the house, Phoenix Soul in the house. Let's keep New Diamond in the house. Let's keep it going. Let's keep it going. If you're in the house, let me know you're in the house. Here we go.
Liquid. I was in a section, and from being in the section, I seen her. She was standing up, but she had a mask on her face. You know what I mean? So I thought it was interesting. So you can only see her eyes the whole time.
I concur. She only had a mask on her face.
Interesting because it's like hot as hell, and it's a lot of people. And I'm just thinking, why does she have a mask on her face?
I can't really call that condemning, and I'll tell you why. Where I live, it gets to 110. I've seen men wear like winter jackets because they want to style, and hey, that's all they want. Winter jackets in 110 weather. Style will make you do a lot of things. I'm not saying that's what she was doing, but it's not out of the question for somebody to do that.
Face. And then from there, I asked her if she wanted to. Yeah, do you mind taking the comments? Because it's like I'm reading the comments.
Okay. All right, go ahead.
Right. So from there, I asked her if she wanted to come sit down in my section. She came over to sit down in the section. Well, no, she came over, but she said these ladies need to move if I was to sit here. They need to move. So for me to come here, they all need to leave. And then I said,
I guess he's explaining that he was getting bottle service. That's the only way that women would have to move out of a spot, unless it was reserved for him or something like that. But he's not giving us anything solid to work with at all.
Said, well, I guess you're gonna have to stand up then. And then that was it. Never spoke to her, talked to her. I don't know who she is.
So I really didn't get what that meant at all. That doesn't help me at all. It just sounds like they were talking about bottle service and that was it.
Well, he's not
really
even
random.
indicating the association at all. How he met her, how he got to know her, to be out with her, that they were even going to get drinks together. He's not plugging in any of that information. He's just making like they floated past each other, at the same time. He's not putting together the correlation of them together at all, but he's putting it together. He's
Right.
doing it, but not doing it at the same time. That's what makes this whole thing, seem amiss.
Exactly.
And then from there, we went. I mean, it's literally verbatim.
You see how long it's taking him? It's like this. When you get in a car accident, you say, okay, the person pulled in front of me. They went around the back of the car. They hit my car, and now blah 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 blah. There's a how should I explain it? A course of action that happens, and for some reason, it's like he can't remember the last thing he did. It's like
I don't know. Have you seen the report by any chance?
See, why is he asking her if she's seen the report? He's seen the report.
Well, we haven't had any direct eye contact. Watch him. He's all over the room and back and forth. He has not looked into this camera. He knows that. He's interacting with her. And if you've noticed, he haven't had any direct eye contact. And mostly liars, when they do that, he's trying to think of stuff. He's focusing on everything but that phone. Now, you notice on a dating thing, we're looking all up their nostrils. At least he's a little small piece away from that. But he's looking all up. He has not focused one time, and he's nervous, and he's all over the place. His eyes will not, if he was steady and he meant what he said and he was telling the truth, he'd be steady, and still he's not. He's thinking of things as he goes, just like you're saying, DJ.
Exactly. From there, went outside. She was outside. She wanted to go to after hour. She's like, hey, can I go to after hour? Well, she had said, where are you going to after hour? And then she started to fight some girl that was with us. So, I'm sorry. She started to fight some girl that was with us. And then from there, we went back to, it was a group of people, by the way. So we're about to leave. Then she was just really obnoxious. Like it was.
Well, I assume that he's now they're walking together, or they're in the same group together, because he's saying we're all leaving, and he's saying now she's irritating. So I guess she's in the. I'm just finally catching up that he's finally admitting that he knows who she is. They're walking together for some reason. What the amount that he might know her is to be determined, but at least we know that he is acknowledging that he knows who she is. Like, okay, I've seen her in my presence, so on and so forth.
A lot going on. So from there, getting ready to leave, she got in the car. I asked her to leave because she was doing too much. She started kicking me inside the car, got out the car. She hit me. Then just kind of reacted. And then she kept following me, kept trying to fight me.
Wait, so what he omitted there was that he hit her back. That was very interesting to me.
And then she started to fight some girl that was with us. So, I'm sorry. She started to fight some girl that was with us.
So what happened? Why hasn't that girl, this is a big deal. What happened to that girl that started to fight with them? I mean, that she was starting to fight with. I mean,
Exactly, DJ. I think he's throwing that in for good measure, saying that if her face was swollen, that it could have been somebody else and not him. He's still trying to detract away from it, saying that it wasn't him. These are just, things that he's making up as he goes. And I think part of his delicacy in his telling his statement is he's trying to make sure he's told this story a million times before. So he's trying to think of what he said last time. So he's like, his eyes are darting all over the place, trying to remember what he said in prior interviews. That's what he's doing. And he don't remember exactly what he said because he told it a million times, because I don't think it's all based on the truth.
Bars.
And then from there, we went back to, it was a group of people, by the way. So we're about to leave. Then she was just really.
What we went back to, we're about to leave. is he just having a problem with comprehension, or why is he bouncing around like this? It's like he cannot finish a sentence to save his life. That's the feeling I get.
His amygdala. It's his amygdala.
Oh man. I just want to understand. I'm trying to understand what he's saying, and he's not helping me. Please help me, sir.
And from there, we went back to. It was a group of people, by the way. So we're about to leave. Then she was just really obnoxious. So obnoxious. Like it was a lot going on. So from there, getting ready to leave, she got in the car. I asked her to leave because she was doing too much. She started kicking me inside the car, got out the car. She hit me. Then just kind of responded, reacted. And then she kept following me, kept trying to fight me. And
Oh,
then
notice that he didn't say he hit her back. There's a reason why he didn't do that, because that's a pivotal part. Her.
she got in the car. I asked her to leave because she was doing too much. She started kicking me inside the car, got out the car. She hit me. Then just kind of responded, reacted. And then she kept following me.
Respond and reacted means he hit her. That's the funny part. Let's see. By seeking knowledge, I think I lost your microphone. If you're still there, please go out and come back in. I think I can lock you in. I'm going to drop the link again. Oh, there you go. There you go. We're good. We're good. We're good.
Okay. Sorry about that. I didn't want my camera there.
Oh, yeah. Your camera's on. Let me put you in the back until you get. Okay. When your camera's turned off, let me know and I'll put you back in. Unless you wanted to. Yeah. There we go. Okay. There we go.
There we go. Yes.
Okay. So I don't know. Maybe I'm being a little bit too picky, or maybe a bit too scrutinizing, but it's just weird that he made it clear that she hit him, that she kicked him, but he made it clear to the news company that he hit her, but here he's omitting it.
Just answer the question, dude.
I could hear some of the back words. Here we go.
He kept trying to fight me. And then I went into another car, left, and then 2 days later, I'm viral.
Wow, okay. So how did she know your name then?
It is good seeing you up here.
I believe so. From what I gathered, she asked the security guard. She asked for my name. She asked the security guard. The security guard told her my name.
She asked the security guard.
Okay, so the security guard knew you.
I'm kind of popular. I'm popular in the fact where I have a face card.
Whatever the hell that means. Let me look that up.
He doesn't have a responsibility to entertain her simply because she called him by name. I mean, he's getting more and more shady throughout this whole interview, the more questions she asks.
Yeah. That's in the, well, here we go.
So people are familiar with me.
Oh, okay.
I'm the only one in a really ghetto club with the suit on, so it's kind of.
That's one of the points I need to make. If you're such a classy guy, right, and you're wearing this Louis Vuitton jacket as he claimed, right, why would you go to a ghetto club? It shouldn't even come up on your radar. The only reason somebody would go to a ghetto club is there's somebody you want to meet there. Okay. Specifically, like they said, meet me at this club. It's like, oh, okay, fine, I'll go there. But that's not my spot. Even though if I was him, I would say, hey, why don't you meet me at this other club, this other spot?
that he
Okay.
doesn't want to spend a lot of money on as well. Okay.
Right. There
Yeah.
you go again. There you go.
Yeah. Okay. I mean, if you look
Yep.
at, I mean, look at her mannerisms. If you watched any of her prior videos and the pranks, because she was doing pranks and she was getting views on TikToks for humiliating people. So she was pretty crass in the mouth. We all know that. I mean, if you look at her exchange after she got hit, how she was talking to the people who supposedly witnessed this thing, who didn't see
Right.
anything, she had that crass, even when she was talking about, I got hurt and nobody even, she was coming at people pretty crass there. And in her other videos, she's just like that in there. So, I mean, if he was down there picking for that kind of, thing, then he was at the lower level clubs and, he don't want to admit it, but he was trying to smash. It's an island girl. They like exoticals. And he was just had a lower level exotical that he was chasing and he don't want to admit it.
Bars.
I'm familiar in Houston. People know who I am.
Okay. So the security guard knew who you were, and she went to the security guard.
No, I don't. I just thought about it. If they knew who he was, then everybody would have been remember, it took a while for them to find out it was him. It took 1 or 2 months. So he wasn't famous enough in Houston for everybody to know, oh, I know who that is. Oh, welcome VM. VM is saying, help, I have a cold. We can give you some advice other than liquids and stuff.
Hope you
What
feel
do you
better,
have?
VM.
Hopefully it's not COVID,
Yes, he is just a mess with this whole thing. I mean, he is trying to, formulate something all around this. Like you said, if he was so known like that, everybody would have known. I mean, she's in and out of vehicles because they had a tussle and all kind of stuff like this. People would have seen that exchange if he's so well known. He had to come out himself, from what I understand, because nobody knew who this accoster was. I never known him to be called out by anyone. He came forward himself, from what I understood. Nobody
Right.
ever called him out and said anything. He stepped forward, and there were interviews after that.
So basically, in so many words, he's clout chasing.
Yeah.
Before I move forward, everybody give VM some suggestions to help her through her cold. Thank you, Nubine. The herbs, garlic. Okay, Holmes cooked meal. Yeah, that'll help. Here we go.
Got your name, and then
She just was like, "Hey, the guy in the suit hit me." From what I was told, from just because the thing is, I didn't know anything about this. I didn't know anything about this till 3 or 4 days after.
Remember,
even when
so the 3 or 4 days after, but nobody still knew anything who he was for months after that, or at least a month.
seen it, I didn't even know.
Let me pause it. I'm sorry. Go
But
ahead.
wait a minute. Did he say some guy helped him? There he is trying to perpetuate victimness again. Oh, and a guy in a suit helped me. Helped him do what? This is a whole man against a woman. Look at him. He is just too sad. I'm sorry, DJ. Go ahead.
I'm the only one in the really ghetto club with the suit on, so it's kind of.
I'm the only one in a really ghetto club. He didn't just say ghetto, but really ghetto club with the suit on. We want to know why you were there. That's what we want to know. If you're so classy and high value, why did he even bother to go there?
I'm familiar in Houston. People know who I am.
okay. So the security guard knew who you were, and she.
So if the security guard knew who he was, basically, I guess we can conclude that the security guard was protecting him by not telling anybody who he was and that he was involved in this seemingly assault at the time. That's very interesting.
Everybody knew him, though.
Right. Everybody knew him. So, yep.
Okay. And the security guard never came forward. and said he had an altercation or anything. I mean, the bottom is just totally falling out on him. And like somebody said in the comments, Tonya TKO, I mean, her eyes are just, you can just see it all in her eyes for real. She's still questioning, but she already done gave up on him. She's just doing it for the show at this point.
I believe so, and he gave quite a show because I was in there and they were we were tearing it apart. You know, so here we go.
Security guard got your name, and then
He just was like, "Hey, the guy in the suit hit me." From what I was told, from just because the thing is, I didn't know anything about this. I didn't know anything about this till 3 or 4 days after. You know, even when I seen it, didn't even know. Like, even I got hit with a brick. I'm like, damn, that's crazy. And then she called my name out. You know, so it's just like, that's really it. Like,
okay, what's your relationship to the Clubhouse broadcast that happened? What went down then?
right. So this dude called me and said, "Hey, and then her name, I'm not gonna call her Brick Girl. Her name's Rhoda." So she said, "Hey, Rhoda's on Clubhouse saying all you did this and that and did a whole bunch of stuff. Here's the link. Here, come listen in." At first, I'm like, "How'd you get my number? Who are you?" But then I clicked on the link and then boom, now I'm on Clubhouse and I'm having a conversation. And that's how that happened.
So you thought that you were having a private conversation?
No, not a private conversation. I'm thinking I'm listening because I want to understand. Because the thing is, this lady's lying. She's making up the lie, and it's going viral, and people are believing her. But it's it's nothing. I don't need to say anything because it's nothing to say at the moment. Like I don't have to prove anything. I don't have to. I'm not getting arrested. I'm not facing charges. Nothing's happening. It's better to be quiet. And see, and like just it wasn't at the moment, it wasn't affecting my life. It's like internet stuff, and so I wasn't worried about it. I just wanted to like, what's going on? Well, I want to know what she was saying. But he was just doing that just to get me on and have a conversation with me on his little thingy. And that's why I hung up, because I'm like, this is weird. You're being weird. Like I don't do that kind of thing. Like I don't do that.
Okay. What was he saying to you that made you hang up, that you said he was doing that was weird?
Well, he said that he asked me to come on. He said someone is talking, Rhoda is talking about you and about how you hit her with a brick. After I find out that's not the case, that's why I hung up. It's not. That's.
Oh,
I
so she
don't.
wasn't on there.
Yeah, he just made something up. He just lied.
Oh, so she was not on. She was never on the broadcast. It was just
No,
Sorry.
right. He was just making shit up.
Oh, okay.
And so I don't know.
It seems like everybody is making shit up. That's weird. That's what's weird, is everybody's making shit up.
How did the rumor get started that you were bragging that you hit her?
Rumor start. I'm not on the internet. It's kind of hard for me to understand how any of this.
No, that's not an answer. Nope.
No, that's not the case. That's why I hung up. It's not. That's.
Oh,
I
so she
don't.
wasn't on there.
Yeah, he just made something up. He just lied.
Oh, so she was not on. She was never on the broadcast. It was just a.
Oh, right. He was just making shit up.
I listened to the broadcast. I had no anticipation of thinking that she was going to show up. He was trying to talk to him.
Oh, okay.
And so I don't know.
So how did the rumor get started that you were bragging that you hit her?
Rumor start. I'm not on the internet.
It was from that show. It was from that show. Tonya TKO is on point with this.
But did you notice? I'm sorry. Did you notice that she said that somebody was trying to get her phone number? So I think they were in cahoots together, just like Mr. Snoopy said at the beginning of this thing. I think it did go too far. You see how he wasn't worried when the beginning of the dust started to fall from this event. He wasn't worried and things like that. They would probably draw in the money. They probably were going to split it or something like this before it got big or whatever like this. He was already prepared for it and he wasn't answering any questions. I'm starting to believe the more he talks that this was something that they set up. Because there's not a lot of men, I'm telling you, that they're going to go out with you with some kind of mask on. Her face, you see how big her face was?
Right.
They would be suspect. I mean, as large as her face was, it's not a mask that's really going to have. I mean, how would you feel if I would like, I'll meet you at the club. Then you pull up and she got a great big mask that's masking something like that. That would be sus, like right off top.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And he keeps making little references like he didn't know her. I didn't know when she was next to me. That they got in the car. How are you getting in the car with her? But he don't know her. I mean,
Right.
this whole thing is very, very telling on him. It's incriminating him more and more. That's what I always say about a man a lot of times. Just let him talk. Sometimes you
Yeah.
just let
And
him
at the
talk.
very least, it shows questionable character.
Just let them talk. They do their own self in, and he's doing it right here.
Phoenix Soul says this child is so delulu. He keeps trying to convince us that he's so beyond the internet and fame and ghetto while sitting there posturing for the internet and 15 seconds of fame loud. Yep. That's what he's doing. Otherwise, think about it. If you're so famous and you're famous in Houston, right? And you got all this high-end shit going on and you got all this high value man shit go on, why would you go on the show? What advantage could he get from being on here? He already got the news interview, which is seemingly said that he's innocent, right? What more do you want? So it's interesting that he came on the show.
Kind of hard for me to understand how any of this gets started or how it happens. I'm not sure. But there's a podcast that says that he's bragging and committed to hitting her. What was it? What was the word? Committed? Like I committed to hitting her with a brick? Is that what was said? Correct? Is that the title?
Bro, you were there. You tell us. See, he's going to get himself into trouble because the people that he's saying that lied, they're going to come out and they're going to be pissed. That's my prediction.
He can't even get his words right. Did he admit or did he commit? I mean, did he go to school? Like, come on here. I like your jacket, but could you really earn it? You know what I mean?
Right.
Not with your English, brother, man. Come on.
Of what?
Of the thing?
No, you were bragging. I believe the title was that you were bragging that you hit her.
So understand that's a viral title, but there's never any. It's nowhere of me bragging about hitting anyone. Like nowhere on the internet.
Okay.
We're on the internet.
Anybody who
That's not a good look.
has the audio of him actually bragging, please get that audio to me because there are people who are saying he bragged about it and he's saying he never did. So question for you, you hit her.
Did I hit her? No, I hit her back. So yeah, hit her back after she hit me. And I really didn't even mean to hit her back. I'm really she was about to hit me again, so I hit her away from me. So yeah.
He didn't look in the camera at all. Okay.
Were you what was in your hands?
What was in a water bottle?
Was it a water bottle? Because she's on the internet saying it was a glass bottle of liquor right now.
Well, she was on the internet saying it was a brick too.
I'm just asking what you had in your hands.
Yeah, it's a water bottle.
Okay, so it was an empty water bottle. Was the water frozen? Was it empty? Was it half full? Just curious.
I don't even remember. It was just a water. I wasn't thinking too much about what the water was in there.
Okay. So, because she has this big contusion on her face that was all swollen. And when you left her face, how did her face look?
When I left her, but this is the thing here. Her face, she had a mask on the whole time. So why? The question is, how long has that been on her face? That makes sense. Like she, I believe she may have came with that beer. No one had.
What you're seeing in front of you here is her medical record. I want to show this. This is by PETT blog.com, by the way. Oh, let me make it just like and subscribe. What I'm trying to show you, let's see. Because a lot of people said she did not go to the police. They raked her over the coals for this, for not going to the police. But here's a police report. And for not going to the doctors, she didn't go to a hospital, but there's a hospital report. There it is for everybody to see. I just wanted to show that real quick because I want to stop the BS. Yes, maybe she did lie. I think both of them lied, quite honestly. But the fact of the matter is she did go to a hospital and she did go to the police. It's simple as that. In fact, she may not be, if she didn't go to the police, she might not be in trouble now, for all we know. Because they went off of her report. They made it clear when I played the news report. Remember when I played the news report, when they said the story that she told the police was not accurate? Well, if she didn't go to the police, there would be no story to tell the police. But everybody, I remember back in the time, they were saying she was not reputable because she didn't go to the police and she doesn't have any police records or or medical records. So I guess that's just my point. What do you think? Why seeking knowledge?
I'm kind of thrown off by this whole thing. I mean, I can kind of see through the fallacy and the lies and everything right now. So, I mean, everything he's saying now, like, holds no credibility to me. He's kind of thrown it all out the window. I mean, the fact that, if you look back at the video, I watched it several times. She had to inform people what happened, who were all around her.
Right.
And then him to have this whole different, where there were several witnesses, there had to be several witnesses to everything that he's saying, but nobody knew who he was. But then if you let him tell it, he's such a, popular person that everybody, there's so many contradictions here that his story is carrying no weight at all. From the beginning all the way to this point, we can't pin anything down in it. I don't know if he's thinking that he's justifying himself, but and he's doing his best to try to do this, but I don't think that he even reads all the fallacies that he's pouring out his mouth while he's in there with Tonya TKO. He's only incriminating himself more, saying the things that he's saying. He hasn't taken the time to plug up the holes in his story before he got on here.
Exactly. Hustler Muscular says, since when do men go around hitting women with bricks? It's not specifically just bricks. In fact, we're finding out that she probably didn't even get hit by a brick. But Black men have been hitting women with just about everything, to be honest with you, Hustler Muscular, unfortunately, including bullets. So the concern that I have is that Hustler Muscular is the amount of brutality that men are showing women, and then men demanding fit, feminine, friendly women after in our community or our culture, because some people don't think there's a community and they have a respect. I respect that opinion as well, that we are the best at doing the worst. That is the problem we have. If we can't solve that problem, then why even bother complaining about women? That's why, Hustler, I have an issue with your friend's room is that it seems to only focus on the problems that's going on with women, when the problem is primarily men can't even get along with men. And the stats don't bear that out. I mean, we do each other wrong in the most serious ways every hour, men. Every hour. And women, they get a small relief from us at 4.5 hours. Okay? But those aren't, Hustler, those aren't good numbers. Those aren't numbers to rest our laurels on. Those are not numbers to rest our laurels on. That's the concern I have. So why would you complain about women when your own fellow man who's right next to you is causing so much havoc? Why would a woman, you have to show a certain level of empathy, as like, why would you even expect a woman in our community to trust you with the amount of DV, let's be specific, DV going on? I mean, it's bad enough that their brothers and cousins and sisters are getting, deleted, but now at least 50% of Black women experience DV. So that means 1 out of every 2 women you meet have been beat up by somebody, maybe more than one time. Those are bad odds, my man. Those are bad odds. But let me get off my soapbox.
This statement right here, since when do men go around hitting women with bricks? That statement alone, I mean, it takes a lot of things: damage, hurt, kill women. I mean, this episode may have been, acted out, quote unquote, with a brick. But Black women are taking fists. They're taking everything. They're getting stabbed. They're getting found in trunks of their cars after they get off work. I mean, all of these things are happening, but this one particular incident, I mean, since when do women get hit with bricks? Why was that statement prepared and actually put here like it was some kind of standard, when we're taking hits from every direction, by every mode and every way? I mean, was that something that was made and prepared and set forth here like it was something substantial? I mean, that was kind of like a insult. And why was it a waste of time to throw out there when we taking hits? I just got through looking at a story earlier today. This man came, he wanted to get back with his wife that he had misdone, really bad. And he said, well, can we make up? She said, no. He shot her. He shot her brother. He shot an 8-year-old kid, and he shot somebody else in the house, killed her, and then he killed himself. Okay. And they were all in the house together for this past Thanksgiving or Christmas. And he shot them all. Okay. Things like this. I mean, the brick is like really minuscule compared to that kind of rage and that kind of anger and that kind of things that we have to confront every day. We looked at that man jump out. He didn't touch. I had to watch it a bunch of times. He didn't touch that. He didn't touch that judge's bench. None of his body touched it.
Right.
He touched her. He could have been in the Olympics. That man missed track and field and everything. He had another calling. You hear me? He just missed it in the hood, or didn't take his ADHD medicine or whatever. But he had a whole nother calling the way but this, can you imagine, like I said, the assaults that those women got before those police got there? If anybody got called, or if they had to wait till he settled down off that, they took some incredible beatings. These are the DVs that we're getting from these men. Okay, so of course we're going to always be pegged toward that side because we know that these things are going on. The manosphere, we must understand, accountability, okay, is one of their kryptonites, and responsibility. Accountability and responsibility. Those things, if you speak anything that would hold them accountable or responsible, these things they reject vehemently. Okay, and that's why you catch what you catch. They're going to start calling you names over there on the red pill side if you've experienced that. And start paying attention, DJ Torch. When you go over there, Okay, anything that's gonna require responsibility or accountability on their side, you're gonna start getting called names because that is their kryptonite. Okay, they probably put their two fingers up, make a cross, and hiss, because they can't. They do not handle accountability and responsibility at all for anything. If you notice him, he's deflecting a lot and he's putting a lot off on her. But her, I don't know her. She's around me. Her. They never take anything. He's not even agreeing to meet her. I would meet her down there. He's not taking any responsibility for anything.
Right.
Okay. And this is where we find ourselves now. And like you said, they wonder why Black women, have the mentality and, have the, where we are right now. And our energy is where it is right now. We have a long line of suffrage. Okay. We have PTSD that's come down through the generations. Our grandmoms, our great grandmoms, have went through that. We've seen enough our aunties with their teeth knocked out and this and that. And all the 4 or 5 kids with all of our aunties, we all, there's no men. And we all with these gatherings, all of our lives and things like that. We've seen this and we know this. So we stand in the room now, you know what I mean? Who we are as women. And we've seen this stuff and they expect us to not be affected. Okay.
Exactly.
And this is not going to happen. And they living in this world of they're not living in reality. If they were smart, then they'd be like, okay, well, this is what I got to deal with this woman. I can do this, and that. They would try to come toward the middle somewhere. Well, I'm not going to be the man my father was. I'm a real person. But they won't do that. Instead, they find the nearest bus and throw us under there and try to tell the whole world, it's her, it's the Black woman. Yeah, us. Yeah, look at her wig. Look at her wig. Nobody's watching this stuff when they're looking at the statistics and they're looking at the rates and they're looking at how they're doing on wife their women and how their incarceration rates. Nobody's believing that it's the Black woman and it's not the Black man. Nobody's believing this stuff. That's them in their own dream, trying to push this stuff. But they believe it and they're paying each other a lot of money to sit in these podcasts and listen. I'm sorry. I held up the show. Go ahead.
No, thank you for dropping that knowledge. Everybody give Wise Seeking Knowledge a hand of applause. I mean, this is beautiful. Yeah, I mean, keep cooking when you can cook, But I just want to go over Hustler Muscular. Last a lot of comment. A lot of women are afraid of accountability more so than men. That's not a fact. And Hustler Muscular, the reason why I can say that this with clarity and with accuracy is that we went over this, I think, over at your friend's spot. If men were more accountable than women, there would be more women in prison than men because there are more women, okay, in our community than there are men. So naturally, if there were less women being accountable than the men, then there would be more women in prison because they were being non-accountable. You could subtract all the ones who got a break from the judge because they were women and all that, and there still should be more women in jail. That's not the case. It's not the case. Mr. Snoopy breaks it down like this. Hustler and Muscular, I think your comments are more favorable in the Manosphere channels. Yeah, that's where you're from. That's where you're from, And happy birthday to Big Cap. It's his birthday tomorrow. Hopefully the Bucks do what they can do. I think there's a chance. I really do. It's going to be a long shot, but if the Bucks, if they can confuse the opposing team, they might just pull it off. But anyway, that's just confusing to me that H&M would say that because you could look and it's factual that if men were more accountable, right? They would be more accountable. I mean, they wouldn't get into the most accountable system we have in the United States is our judicial system. Okay, other than maybe church, right? But it's our judicial system. If you are accountable in the judicial system, number one, you're not even causing crime. Okay, we don't have that. So then you're saying, okay, well, in our community, the women are less accountable than men. In what context? Maybe it's a different context that H&M is talking about. Because the question I have is this, is that what metric, okay, what positive metric do black men beat black women in the black community? And I really thought about this, and I posed this to other channels, and it's like they can't come up with an answer because there really isn't. There really isn't. Women go to jail less in our community. Women are earning a little bit more. Women are a little bit more employed than the men. They win there. You know, there's just, you could go down the line and there's just nothing that us men have to put our, hang our hat on. And that's what I'm asking men to do, because it doesn't matter if all the women in our community became perfect, fit, feminine, friendly, whatever in our community, right? Nothing in our community would change because it's not run by women, it's run by men. The crime would still be about the same. It would drop by maybe 15 to 20% at the most. The rest is all men. How do I know this? I looked it up on Google. So if that's the case, then who has the heavy lifting to do? It doesn't matter who's really fault it originally was back in the day, whoever, or if you want to blame it on baby moms, which most of which were little children at the time when they had their first kid, by the way. Nobody brings that up. By grown men, by the way, who were supposed to be mature. Some of them being or married men to other people, by the way. That's how T.O. was born. He was born to a teenager and a married man. She was 15. The guy was 32 or something. Nobody wants to talk about that in the red pill in the red pill community. So I'm sorry to get on my now. Why is now I gotta apologize for taking us off the getting on my soup crate or whatever we want to call it. Welcome, Atlas Uncovered. Big Cap is in the house. I mean, yeah. Let me pause for a minute, catch my breath. Here we go, folks.
Has ever seen her face in that club? And then right before she went to the club,
wait.
The mask so you had the was a brick too.
I'm just asking what you had in your hands.
It was a water bottle.
Okay, so it was an empty water bottle. Was the water frozen? Was it empty? Was it half full? Just curious.
It doesn't matter what he had in his hand because he obviously hit her with something hard like his bone in his hand. He didn't slap her, that's for sure. See, think about it like this. If you hold you know what brass knuckles are, right? Everybody knows what brass knuckles are. There's a reason why they don't let boxers put towels or something in the middle of your hand like a fist, because it causes more damage. So just because I think they're trying to water bottle angle just to make it sound like it's not as bad as a brick. But bones do damage too. Bones do damage too. And he had plenty of those with him. They're trying, I think, the only thing that bothers me about the brick theory is that it takes our attention off to men using other weapons. Men using their fists, men using elbows, men using knives, men using, pew-pews. There's other things men can do to damage women. Women are not as durable as men. We all can agree on that.
That's true. But like I said, I think that particular incident came at a very sensitive time.
Yes.
And I think that's what's very exclusive about that one, because the unalivings have been very savage and they have been constant. There is if you look at Black Girl Unlost, there's no shortage of these stories. They come every day, all day. Black men are unaliving Black women all day long, every day. You can't miss it. If you tune in, you'll see a succession of them all day, every day. And there are various modes which they employ to do this. Okay, and they range from stabbings to guns to, I mean, everything. They are very creative with it, to throwing in the rivers and stranglings and everything. It's not, and so that particular incident wasn't, just this standout incident, by itself, but it just happened to come at a time when things were peaked up and it was very sensitive, and I think that's why that incident stood out, because we were at some kind of situation at that point where, like, look, this is what's happening. And so everybody tuned in and paid attention. We were beginning to get sick of it. We were calling out. They in extreme denial, like nothing has happened. I mean, and if you could pay attention to the dust of fear during that time, they were saying that she must deserve it. It was something she said. They put it all on her back. I mean, to see her actually be lying about this kind of thing, this is a straight up disrespect to all the women who actually go. I mean, there's women that go through the rigmarole,
Right.
go through this every day, and they're crying and getting restraining orders. And I'm seeing a whole bunch of stories where a lot of them women have restraining orders. A restraining order don't stop you from getting killed in these situations,
Bars.
and a lot of them have them. And to see her come from her third world country and play this, you know what I mean? I don't like it at all that she's coming on here and, you know what I mean, and playing, but she's playing it like, I mean, I can understand. When I went to Jamaica, I didn't go to the resorts. When I went to Ghana, I didn't go to the resorts. I went to where the people are. And they do have it hard. They have it pretty hard. So this is the land, just like it's the land of opportunity for, the more au fait type people. The land of opportunity represents something different for those type of, so for her, this is the land of opportunity in that way. You can come and run something like this, and that's what she did.
Right.
And that's what she had been doing. But it's just unfortunate that we have such a crisis, and she's actually capitalizing on such a dire crisis for us. I don't respect that at all.
Well said. I'd like to welcome to the stage Nikki and Indiana Mom. Nikki, how are you doing tonight? Indiana Mom, how are you doing tonight?
I'm good. How are you?
Doing great. So how's your weekend and everything going?
Oh, my weekend is amazing. Amazing.
Excellent. So what do you think so far about what's going on with this man?
I'm not even really paying attention to him because he's irrelevant. He doesn't matter. You have to excuse me because I have a buzz because it's almost my birthday and my kids. Yeah, my kids. My kids were like, "Mom, let's do shots." So I'm just letting you know. Honestly, this doesn't matter. This doesn't matter. In my opinion, it is now, as of today, it is now the age of Aquarius, and things are going to change. We're moving into a more individual aspect of life, and things are going to be different. Things are changing, and if you're not going to keep up, you're going to get left behind. That's just the way it is.
True.
I agree with you, Indiana Mom, but it's going to be a lot of turmoil, before that happens.
Absolutely. Yes, ma'am. I agree. Yes, ma'am.
Because they're already at a fever pitch on these red pill sites. I mean, that
Absolutely.
they're actually being denied, pushed back, pushed away. I mean, I think we're going to actually see the R's increase. We're actually going to see a lot of things. The violence is increasing because women are pushing back, even in their homes, things like that. Look, they can't even reject the man, saying their testosterone is just building up to fever pitches, and they're beating and killing. They can't take rejection, things like that. We're already seeing these increases. You know, and as that increases and grows, I mean, the clapback is just already, you know,
Yes,
ascending to such
absolutely.
bad levels. So, I mean, it's going to get worse before it gets better. You know, but I do believe you too. We are in the age of Aquarius. All these things will be cleansed out. But I mean, is what
Yes.
toilet are we going to go through before we get there?
Well, honestly, I absolutely believe you, and I agree with you 100%. The difference is what's happening is that as a collective, and I'm not saying all of us, but as a collective, young Black women are choosing themselves. They're going to college. They're educating themselves. They're choosing to go to school and have a cat. You know, and they're not dating. They don't care about men. You know, and I see that, and even though I wish these young Black women could have had the experience and the upbringing that I had, it doesn't, I, they can't have that. You know what I mean? So as much as I wish they would have, it's not possible. So I have to support and encourage them to do what is best for themselves, because I have 2 daughters, and if I'm going to encourage them to do what's best for themselves, then I'm going to encourage all women, no matter what race they are. All young women need to do what's best for themselves, period.
Well said. Nikki, are you in the house? Okay, she might be having some audio problems. I'm just going to go ahead and put her in the back. Nikki, let me know in the back if you get your audio sorted out. Okay, here we go, folks.
I don't even remember. It was just a water. I wasn't thinking too much about what the water was in there.
Okay. So, because she has this big contusion on her face that was all swollen, and when you left her, her face, how did her face look?
When I left her, but this is the thing here. Her face, she had a mask on the whole time. So why? The question is, how long has that been on her face? That makes sense. Like,
I believe what he's trying to say is she was already damaged before she got there. So, which is weird because yeah, he's trying to say she was damaged before, but I caught something when they showed her mask on. I caught something that a lot of people might have missed, but I'll bring that up later. Nikki, are you there? Hello? Okay. Anyway, here we go.
she I believe she may have came with that beer. No one has ever seen her face in that club. And then right before she went to the club,
How would he know? So he must be a regular then. Either that or he interviewed everybody, which we know he didn't do because he said to us that he didn't even know this how was going on until 3 or 4 days later. It's just getting really weird.
she had the mask on. So you have the mask on the whole, and I'm seeing this from the internet because I guess she did some videos or whatever before she went to the club. So all night she just had a mask on showing her eyes. Why would that happen? Especially when it's over capacity inside a club. It's hot. You're not sitting down. You're moving. It wouldn't make any sense unless you're just trying to hide your face because of a situation. You know what I mean?
Okay.
So that's
Interesting. Well, you know what? Let me
Yeah.
show you something.
okay.
I'm going to pull up the news article that came out about this. And I'm glad that you're here answering, just trying to get to the truth. I appreciate that.
I mean, but the truth is already there, to be honest. They have video cameras of this whole thing. So I'm not really saying something that's not recorded or documented, you know. So not it's already kind of out there on a video.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So here, this is what I want to bring up for you to take a look at.
All righty.
So there's this news article that says that her and her friend were all walking together before the club.
Yeah, that's not true.
Okay, so you all were not walking together.
Do I know? No. I don't. No, I met her inside there. So if we were walking together, it wasn't because I knew who she was. Maybe she so you know what I mean? It wasn't
That's not what he asked. I mean, she asked. That's not what Tonya asked. See, this is where it gets weird.
together. I didn't know her. I don't know her. I still don't know her.
Okay. It also says here that when she came out of the club that she was dancing on you on the car.
Probably so.
And then it says that you all were inside the car. The friend was in the front seat. Did you know the driver?
Yes, I know the driver.
Okay. And that you were in the back seat and Rhoda was also in the back seat with you. But it says that you all were parked there for quite some time. And I was wondering what was going on inside the car that you all were parked there for so long.
I kind of said it at the beginning. I asked her to leave. She didn't want to leave because she was doing a lot of hollering and she was really drunk, like she's super drunk, and she kept kicking and putting her hands on me. So I said, "You got to leave." So that's why we're still there.
Okay, so inside of this article by Click to Houston, those are the people that created the article, Click to Houston.
Uh-huh.
It says that the friend told the detectives that there was no argument in the back seat.
So basically, he was just kicking her out of nowhere. Then he you know, basically he's because he said he kicked her. Remember in that interview. But why, if there was no argument, let me play it over again just to make sure we heard it right.
Yes, I know the driver.
Okay. And that you were in the back seat and Rhoda was also in the back seat with you. Okay. It also says here that when she came out of the club that she was dancing on you on the car.
Probably so.
And then it says that you all were inside the car. The friend was in the front seat. Did you know the driver?
Yes, I know the driver.
Okay. And that you were in the back seat and Rhoda was also in the back seat with you. But it says that you all were parked there for quite some time. And I was wondering what was going on inside the car that you all were parked there for so long.
Care to? I'll let the ladies handle this one. What do you think so far? What do you think? Let's see what he says. Here we go.
I kind of said it at the beginning. I asked her to leave. She didn't want to leave.
So what? How long did that take? That's the point that she's trying to make.
Because she was doing a lot of hollering and she was really drunk, like she was super drunk, and she kept kicking.
How
me and
did
putting her
she
hands
get in
on
the
me.
car, fella? If she was acting up before they even got into the car, right? How did she get in the car? You know, how did she get in the car? That's the question. Here we go.
It's like, I said, you got to leave. So that's why we're still there.
Okay, so
No,
inside
that's
of
not
this,
an answer why you're still there. Why didn't you? Why? I want to know why she got into your car in the first place if you weren't feeling her. And if she got into your car, they said you were there for a long time. A long time is like 10 or 15 minutes. It doesn't take that long. So that's the problem I'm having right now. Here we go.
article by Click to Houston. Those are the people that created the article. Click to Houston. It says that the friend told the detectives that there was no argument in the back seat.
Yeah, it's on the report. She said something about, I don't know. These are just different articles from different random people, so I don't know exactly. I don't. What are you, was that a question or like a comment about?
I'm trying to figure out. I'm just trying to get in my mind all that has taken place, because I was wondering whether or not there was some solicitation going on, and that you and her were getting it on in the back seat, and then something went awry.
Oh, no, that's not okay. All right, so that's the narrative that you're trying to go with right here. That's not at all.
I'm just trying
That's
to
not a narrative. That's her asking you if you were doing anything else in the car and you trying to avoid saying something about it.
figure out what was
Hey,
happening.
that's not a problem. Negative, not at all.
Okay, so there was no, I'm gonna do this, and you look real good, and let's get this popping, and then there was none of
Not in
that.
a car, not in a vehicle. I'm not. And then solicitation, I'm not paying for anything of that nature. So, no, that was not the story here.
Okay, all right. Well, there's a lot of the possibilities are endless.
It really
If
is. It really is. I've heard so many stories online, and the thing is, it's not funny. The fact that the thing is, it's crazy because it's a woman getting hit is not funny. But what's crazy is this woman lying about getting hit and dividing people, making it, and she's so strategic about it. She's not used to, if you really understand, she's really never said anything about me. The only thing she's been talking about is black men, black women, and protection. She never ever, if you
That's a lie. There's footage of her saying, he hit me with a brick, he hit me with a brick, and all the other stuff. So, yes, she did have some times, moments where she talk about black men and don't even protect black women, that kind of stuff. But for the most part, she did direct her accusations towards whoever hit her at that time. I don't know if she was referring to him or knew it was him, but that's what I found out. So, I mean, I'm going by. Yeah, he comes off weird. So anybody want to comment?
She never specified who her accoster was. She never made any specific details about anything when she was going on her rant about who it was to me that I remember. Does anybody on the panel remember? Because I did watch her exclusively. She did not specify any characteristics, what he had on, what he was driving, what she did. She didn't say anything. He was like a complete mystery until he came forward.
Right.
Nobody saw him, and she didn't give up any details. He's given the most details about what he looked like and where, and what they did. And, all this information ended up coming out later. But none of this was out, and she did not divulge any of this, if I can recall. Can anybody else recall anything? Say it in the chat or say it on the panel.
Yes, I agree. When her initial videos came out, every single video that I've ever seen when it first happened, she never named a man. She never showed a picture or a video of him. There was no names. There was never any. Yeah, she never named anybody. So he's kind of telling on himself.
Exactly. Exactly.
Ever listened to her, ever got detailed into the story or anything on social media? I don't know, you haven't been following the story, I know that, but if you have, you would notice that.
Wait a minute, I thought he wasn't following this very much.
She kept it very broad, vague about like movements. She used movements, trauma to manipulate people and conceive
Now,
things.
that aspect of it, she might have used different things to manipulate people, but with the movement thing is that she was selling herself as a philanthropist. So they talk in movements. So that's not very different. I guess what? He's mad that she didn't specifically put his name out there. What is he mad about?
He's actually coming up with a one lie to say, I don't know what's going on. And then the next lie says, oh, I know what happened, but I wasn't there. And then the next lie is, oh, I know what happened. I was there, but I didn't do it. So he's making up lies one after another to cover for himself because he's not being truthful at all.
Exactly.
Things and do things. She never actually really got into detail about anything as far as what actually happened. And I think from what I just read, she read I was an Uber driver. Have you seen that one?
I saw something in that article. It says that she called an Uber and that she thought that, I mean, there's a lot of different cantations
but
of the story.
it's
So yeah.
written down. So we have to look at the documentations when she speaks and she writes it down. That goes about that's beyond just talking. She's documenting that. From what I've gathered, I'm an Uber driver who.
Okay, so he's bringing this up because he's trying to say that she's a liar. The problem is that he's not very. The point I've been making is that he's resting in his femininity. He's trying to match a woman's energy with a woman's energy, in my opinion. And he's trying to defend himself. See, when it comes right down to it, he's trying to defend himself with feminine energy, in my opinion. That's just what I see right now. He should care less how or what or why she was saying something. Just tell us the truth. Tell us your side of the story and stop trying to think for her or try to accuse her. Just tell us what you know. And the problem is if we go by what he knows, it's not really coming out straightforward. It's not. You know, it's not a matter of whether she lied about something or what. There's obviously some discrepancies. The problem is that I think he's lying too. So he said she kicked him in the car, but I can't even believe that because he can't give any distinct or any, what would you call it, accurate information about it. Everything's well, maybe why is she talking about We Are the World? And it's like, we don't care about that. Just answer the woman's questions. That's where I'm trying to come from here. Answer the questions.
Hit her with a brick and also try to kidnap her, and I was a sex trafficker.
Mm-hmm.
That's what she documented. That's what she told people.
Mm-hmm.
Then she said this story. Then she said, like, at what point do the people that's following this lady that feel some type of way about this. Like,
See,
what point?
remember now, he still hasn't answered the question. See, he still hasn't answered the question. Innocent people don't do this. They don't go. If he was in court, his lawyer would tell him to shut up.
Question what happened. Or like, this is kind of weird. This story is kind of. It doesn't make sense. I don't know.
Welcome, Gold Reflection. Gold Reflection says this: I just got here and he isn't being direct or descriptive either. So ATP, why is he taking so long? Well, yeah, why is he even talking? Yeah, exact that. Thank you. Thank you. That's the bars right there. Gold Reflection. Thank you. It's frustrating to me when I don't get answers. And that's what I'm looking for. So please excuse me, panel and chat, for my frustration. He's not giving me answers and it's getting on my nerves.
So
how much did you have to drink that night?
I'm pretty much, I don't drink a lot because I'm usually by myself.
My God. She didn't ask you if you drink a lot or not. She asked you how much did you have drink that night. He must be either slow or he's being deceptive. How much did you have to drink that night? You're in a bar. You had to pay for your drinks. So how much money did you spend at the bar? Divide that by 20 or 15, and there you go. He's getting. Look, I just want to get to the bottom of it. He's a shitty witness for the prosecution. Excuse my language. He's a terrible witness because they won't. He's not believable. He's not believable. He's not direct. He's not honest. He's just not. Oh, man. Let me keep going.
So I don't have that much to drink. So not too much. I couldn't recall. I couldn't tell you.
So were you sober or were you intoxicated as well?
So you're giving me, was I sober?
Yes or no? Yes or no?
Was I intoxicated? I was in the middle, maybe. I'm not sure. I couldn't tell you.
Freaking middle.
I don't know.
Okay.
Because I don't.
And then the driver, how did you know the driver? Did he come there after? Was he the Uber driver?
Yeah, I'm not really actually getting into anything as far as other people because they don't want to be mentioned or anything like that.
Okay, so
They're part of proving your point, dude. They're kind of important. They're witnesses. So he came on her show to clear his name without clearing his name. Anybody, feel free to chime in if you want to, because this is crazy to me.
If you want to, because this is crazy to me. Like I said before, the more we let him talk, the more he's just going to that he is being dishonest here. I don't know if you can really hear me.
Yeah, we can hear you. It's just a little bit scratchy.
Yeah, it is. I'm on a different phone right now.
Oh, okay, got it. Okay, it's coming in a little bit better now. Welcome, Nubian
Sorry about that. Maybe I'll just back. I'll try another device.
It's coming in a little bit better now. Welcome, Nubian. Yeah, you kind of sound like it's your bit rate is off or something, as we call it in the studio work. But I can still understand.
Max headroom.
Nubian Khaleesi says this. He's like these politicians Not talk in circles or dodge the questions in the presidential debates. Yep. This dude is making this dude making get tight. I think that's what it means. Here we go.
An Uber driver.
Yeah, they don't want to be spoken about. The people, like anything at all. Unfortunately, I apologize, but
Oh, okay. I was just trying to figure out if he was the Uber or if there was any way that it could have been mistaken that he was Uber. But you're saying, to your knowledge, it was not an Uber. He wasn't on duty doing Uber that night.
no. I mean, not like I said, we went into, like the paperwork says, we went into a white Maserati. That's definitely not a Uber. So
It depends on the Maserati. There are some Maseratis you can buy used for $20 right now. They're called the Ghibli. I know this because I almost got one. The only problem is they have terrible. I mean, I wouldn't say bad, because when you buy sports cars, their service price is up anyway. But then on top of that, the Ghibli was just beyond, let's say, not beyond serviceable, but it takes a lot of care to keep it on the road. Let's put it that way.
He doesn't want to admit that he was talking to that girl.
Well, I mean, look,
That he met her there. That
taxis
he wanted
Yeah.
to date her.
Exactly.
She's not a preference. You can look at her and tell. So he's going far and beyond to deny, just like we had Mr. Biles, said, oh, she had to drive 45. I didn't want her. I was running. I mean, we kind of hear the same kind of tone of language. He's trying to ditch totally away from even knowing her or anything. We see it here in his language, like he would have nothing to do with her.
Right.
And he's keeping on being in denial about it. This is so profound here. I mean, it makes me detest what he's saying. I stopped really kind of engaging in it a long time ago because it's so full of lies.
Yeah, and every question that Tonya asked, all the relevant answers he doesn't want to answer. Like she needs information about the other witnesses, right? And he's not willing to. The most important things, the people who can corroborate his story, he does not want to give them up. So that just tells you right there, he's not being straight. I don't know why he came on the show.
Our Mercedes Benzes.
yeah, well, because that's not a foreign there. That's actually the normal car. I used to live in Germany for a while, but I understand.
Okay. So, question for you.
If he lived in Germany, that very much tells me that he is not a FBA.
How has this changed your life?
I wouldn't say change. Let's not say change. It hasn't changed my life.
From Instagram, credit repair lead system.
Um,
TSQ started it
It's
with
affected
video.
my life in certain ways. As far as the biggest thing for me was hearing a lie and
Everybody in the chat and chat right now and on panel, anybody can answer to me why he is making everybody pull their fingernails out to get an answer out of him. Is he slow? Is there something medically wrong with him? I mean, it's getting to the point where it's irritating. Welcome back. Why Seeking Knowledge? Let's get a mic check just to check, make sure you good.
Oh yeah, I'm here.
Oh, much better, much better. Yeah, it's like, I don't know. It just sounds like he's slow or he's thinking so much that he's trying to be deceptive and it's coming off weird.
can't speak about it. Like imagine someone's talking
I'm sorry, go ahead.
Oh, I didn't say anything.
Oh, okay.
about you. I know you had said very earlier that people start just talking and talking about you because you were questioning things, just like you're questioning me right now. Even though I'm on here with you and we had a conversation, you're questioning me. You're not just going with what I'm saying. You're asking questions like,
what? Wait, point it. Let me
you're
see.
supposed to do. And I think most people should do that, is ask questions and really trying to understand the truth. So the biggest thing for me is people speaking about me and my character and not knowing who I am and what I am or the truth. So that's really the biggest thing. And like you said, it affected your relationships. It affected my relationships as well, because it's like I can't speak about it, and people are people feel some type of way. They believe
If he can't speak about it, then why did he come on our show?
He tried to clear his name, DJ Torch. He's not doing a very good job at it. And, just like Sandy Red just said in the chat, he is afraid of saying the wrong thing. He didn't take the time to put his story together before he came on and tried to make a public, plea for his case or his side. He did not take the time to put together his story. So he came out with a bunch of lies and just scattered them out. And he's trying to actually put them together in a public forum, which is not the smartest thing to do. But these people should be leaders. I mean, make it make sense. It's not making sense. And we see it all here for public display that it does not. Okay, it doesn't. And he just keeps rambling. And I've seen it come up in the chat too with this circle talk. You see, it's all they do, all the same things. We keep circling around. And now he just went all the way off the subject and talking about other things and principles of life and things like that. We're not even on the subject anymore. This is just sad. This is a parody at this time.
Well said. New Diamond, welcome to the stage.
Hi, yes. I didn't want to interrupt I didn't interrupt. That's why I say wait to the end. I just wanted to maybe sing Indiana Mom happy birthday.
Oh, that's right. It's Indiana Mom. Happy birthday. Everybody give Indiana Mom a happy birthday. Applause, cheer, clap.
No,
Happy
my birthday.
No,
Thank
we
you,
gotta
everybody.
do it.
My
We gotta
birthday
do
is
it.
my birthday is on Tuesday.
Close enough.
Mine is tomorrow. Mine is in 3 hours and some minutes. January 21st. I'm Aquarius too.
All right.
Aquarius.
Birthday, New Diamond. We got birthdays all over the place, popping all over the place. So we have Big Cap, Indiana Mom, New Diamond. Any other birthdays in the house?
Woohoo!
But
I mean, officially today, Pluto is in Aquarius, and it's been in Pluto has been in Capricorn since like 2008. So everything that's been happening to you since 2008, like if your work history has been crappy since 2008, or if your relationships have been crappy since 2008, it's because Pluto has been in Capricorn. And as of today, Pluto has moved into Aquarius and will be in Aquarius for the next 16 years. So Capricorn represents work and trying to get everything done. And Aquarius is like kind of the opposite. Aquarius is all about the individual, the doing for yourself, figuring out what makes you tick. So everything is going to change starting literally today. So anybody that has like I noticed that for like the last week I've been having really weird dreams and weird appetite swings, and just everything has been kind of topsy-turvy for me for the last couple of days. And things are are going to start being more about the individual instead of about being about the collective. So we need to start thinking about what makes me tick, what makes me be passionate about what I want, what I feel, what I think. That's what the age of Aquarius means. And the last time we had an age of an Aquarius was in the 1700s. So this is the only age of Aquarius in our lifetime. So we need to take advantage of it while we can and start thinking about who you are as an individual and what we want, what we feel, what we think, what we need to do to move forward as an individual. Stop thinking about us as a collective.
Got it. All right, I'm going to keep going. Here we go.
Kind of scary that you can really put something out and that's the truth. And if you say anything else, like it's just kind of scary. It's kind of weird too. It's like internet type stuff. But that's about it.
Okay.
Yeah.
What would you like people to know about you, this situation? What would you like them to know going forward?
Well, no, but I'm in, like, the thing is, I'm interested for the people that I sit there and watch the YouTube videos and comment on this. I'm not really hearing a lot of them speaking too much. Like, it's really quiet. Like, it's pretty quiet. I want to hear from. Can you turn the comments back on? Maybe they're in here.
Why are you so nervous? It's like, dang.
Because it's really crazy. Like, I'm not, let's see, I'm lost. I'm just
there's me.
gaslighting. Alrighty.
You know, he bought that jacket with that GoFundMe money.
That's what he probably did, huh? That's a good point. I wonder if they got some of the money from it. Oops.
Do you remember which hand you hit her with?
No.
Do you remember if you hit her with an open hand, a closed hand? Was it a fist, a slap, a roundhouse?
She's trying to help him out. Because if the bulge was on the wrong side of the face, then maybe it was, something, maybe it was, what do you call it? Fabricated. But he's being very deceptive right now. How do you not know? Never mind. It's easy that if the right, it looked like it was the left side of her face. So he hit her. He had to have hit her with the right hand. There's no way you can't go through somebody's face unless he jabbed her. But we'll find out soon enough.
Is that no? I'm not sure. It's actually footage, so they're gonna release the footage, and also it's gonna be on the news like around 10, so they can look at it. Like, that was funny though. I'm not gonna lie, that's so crazy.
Have you seen the footage yourself?
Okay, let me pause this right here. I'm gonna Big Cap's birthday wish. I want DJ Torch to hold Brick Lady accountable. The thing is this, Big Cap. First of all, I did hold her accountable, but nobody was listening. On 3 platforms, nobody was listening. My goal tonight is this dude right here. So the question I have is, why are you trying to deflect me off a dude? What is it that you see that dude? Do you believe that dude is telling the truth? Big Cap, please do answer that. Do answer. Let me know. Do you believe he's telling? Do you believe this guy right here is being truthful? You gonna hold this guy accountable? Here we go.
I've lived it. I mean, it's pretty much.
If you lived it, then you know. If you lived it, then you know what hand you used to hit her with. if you lived it, I mean, it wasn't that long ago.
Details that are lost to you, to her, to everybody. Because you know, when you live a thing, it's different
Right.
than.
You're right. No, so I haven't seen the footage yet. No.
Okay. So people want to know if you're okay.
Yeah, I'm okay. It's just, but it's really fucked up because I could have, like, I know this is the internet, and then it's the internet, so people doing internet stuff, but this is like it's like real life consequences for this kind of stuff, like fake shit. So I could have been, I could have went to jail, could have went to prison. It's like it's my daughter is on the internet, you know what I mean? Like, so she sees stuff like this, and to me, it's like I feel like people should be held accountable for lying.
Yeah, that's a point. None of us have seen the footage. And that was a big point that I needed to make tonight, is none of us have seen the footage. Unfortunately, it looks like to me, I got to wait for the footage to come out so there's going to unfortunately painfully be a part 2, or would it be 3? I don't know. We haven't seen, there's no footage. There's no footage. Here we go.
Doing all this kind of shit, like literally in this whole, like, how $42,000 off of a lie.
Did she get the money? Does anybody know if she got the money? I thought they didn't give her the money.
I believe she did, and that's why they're prosecuting her, because they call it theft by something. Yeah, if she did not receive that money, and look how long it's been. They disbursed that money, and since they did, now they have a crime. If it was still sitting there, they couldn't prosecute her.
Oh, got it.
Okay. So that's why they have a crime now once they found out it was all fake. I mean, I think they were kind of just waiting for it, actually. So once they, let it all disperse and everything, and they got all these facts together, and now they built a case against her. I mean, now we're going to see. I mean, he's trying to get his name out here. He's trying to clear his name. We're going to see if she has a bus to throw him under, because it sounds like they were co-conspirators.
Yeah.
I mean, from everything he's saying and how he shifts his narrative so fluently, like back and forth, to try to totally avoid her at all costs, it would have sounded better if he would have said, well, I met her. I'm sorry. I met her. I got her phone number. She said, meet her here. That would sound more realistic. Like, I don't know, I just bumped into her and she walked past me. He's doing everything to disassociate himself. That's not reality. Then she end up in a car with you. I don't know her name. He's doing everything. That sounds so phony.
Yeah.
Everything about it sounds phony. Okay, and then he puts it all on her back. Everything is like, I don't know what she was doing. She got on whole man. What man go to holler at a woman at a club, this and that, and she got on a whole mask? Is her body that banging like that shows how shallow men are. Are they that shallow? Ooh, man, she got a mask on. She weird, but she got a banging ass body. I mean, how shallow are they? Come on, this is looking bad on the man part.
That is so true.
Real bad. Long as she got a banging body, that she can have a big mask, a garbage bag on her head, on her face, and you gonna still holler and put her in a car with you and your buddy.
Right.
Come on, this kind of stuff is not adding up. And he just totally, I don't know, I'm a victim. She just jumped in the car. This whole thing is falling apart, and it doesn't sound like reality at all. I mean, I don't know how he feel like he's clearing his name. He could have came to the stage with a better argument. The truth, she's just trying to, when she called out a question to him, he should have been able to answer it immediately, because the truth don't need to be practiced, and it don't need to be thought about. It don't need to be practiced and revisited and repeated over and over. He would have been able to come right off his tongue with it if it was the truth. And I see her. That's why she said, and she said, did you hit her with your left hand, right hand? See, he didn't hit her with his hand. He hit her with the bottle, remember?
Right.
So she playing him, and she pegging him, trying to get him to slip, because she already too done with him. She been done with him a long time ago, and I like Tonya for that because she know how to keep her little prowess and keep the questioning going. But I saw the energy in her shift a long time ago. Okay, so now she just digging right now because she detests him at this point, and I do too.
Mm-hmm. Indiana, you want to jump in? How about you, New?
I agree with everything that she was just saying.
Well, yeah.
Absolutely.
Why seek a knowledge? She'd be dropping that knowledge. I'll tell you. I will tell you that. Here we go.
I just feel like everyone should be held accountable, and then more than just how she's being held accountable today. She was supposed to go to the police station. She didn't go.
What do you mean?
Like she was supposed to surrender today.
And she did not?
She did not. The news. I just came from the news station. The news station was there to cover the story, and she skipped it. So it's like, I don't know.
Are you going to press charges on her for the assault that you say happened to you?
You said that I say happened to me?
You said that she was kicking you in the car.
But you said, but that happened to me. That
No, we don't. Look, we haven't seen the footage, bro. We haven't seen it. So it's say until we see the footage. You trying to sell us? I mean, you trying to sucker us or what, man?
And then listen, the red pill talking point, accountable, hold her accountable. And, you got to listen to the red pill talking point that he just brought forth. He's been coached before he came here. He's not doing too well because I know a lot of them will do a whole lot better than this. But he's been coached before he came here. He's skating and failing and flawing, but he's been coached because he hold her accountable. That he sound like he come right off of one of them shows with that.
Exactly. And Bridget, Bridget, it's still hearsay. There's no footage. We can't put it on our eyes. It's hearsay.
But I have to say, he's a weak red pill though. He's a weak slow. He's not like Angry Man. He's very slow. He got to think very slow. You know what I'm saying, before his point come out. Because like you said, he's thinking of what he's going to say next. So he's very slow. Most like Angry Man, all the red pill, they fast. He's very slow and careful at what he says, which makes him suspicious. Like I've been saying, to he's somewhat involved in all this mess.
physically on video that seen happen to me.
I haven't seen the footage.
Got
so
you.
I'm talking to you.
No, I'm not pressing charges. I'm not it's pressing charges. It's slandering. It's a couple things besides that. It's not for me. I just kept quiet and just did what I'm supposed to do, and look what happened. A whole 360. See how karma and the truth, you don't have to
look at that. The privileged black. Oh, Tonya TKO will be having some firecrackers over there, I swear.
I don't need to do anything. Like she's gonna whatever's happening, because this is a consistent thing for her. She's consistently doing this. So once again, I'm learning this information as we go. She has like 7 or 8 different cases.
You want to know something? If they wanted to really prosecute her for this scam and they needed him, their case is toast. I don't think they will need him because they have, solid numeric proof. I guess maybe not, because remember, they're prosecuting her for lying about what happened with him. But he's coming out here telling us these weird, these things that can be construed as lies. So if she gets a decent defense attorney, if they prosecute her, she very well can get off because he's not. Remember now, he's a key witness. He's the reason why it was a scam. Because they're saying that what she said was a false statement or enough false statements to the police. With it, this camera, the footage, it better be real good. Else there's going to be a lot more than just him with egg on their face, in my opinion.
He's not that smart, because if he was really smart, he would have maintained his silence. Because him speaking out against her right now, while she's getting ready to go before prosecutors and people who are going to interrogate her and things like that, and they're going to use this information where he's throwing her under the bus. You think that she's not going to throw him under the bus back? Right. She must have been silent about the whole thing. But this is how smart he is. He's going to take this and try to throw her under the bus right now. Not strategic. He's not a chess player. This checkers all day long. He's jumping diagonals and trying to get a crown. He's not thinking with a rook or a horse or anything. This man is playing checkers in a chess game. And this is the leader of the free world. This doesn't make any sense. He needed to be quiet through the whole thing. If he was smart enough to be quiet in the beginning, and this is the best time to have been silent right here if he was smart enough to do that.
Right.
He should have shut up right here too, because he's really befuddling this whole thing, just like you said, DJ.
It's crazy.
Yeah, well, Ms. Y, that most of them are not that fast anyway, so when it comes to thinking. So a lot of them, they get on Facebook Live and do horrific stuff. You know what I'm saying? They incriminate themselves all the time, but somehow they want to be referred to as kings over Black women. You know what I'm saying? But they incriminate themselves like you're talking about all the time, and they take the evidence straight to court. And they look at all stupid, like they don't know how they got there. So you're absolutely right.
Isn't shit going on. Just a month ago, she just got a domestic violence charge. She's on bail or parole or something like that. This is something that she does.
So he doesn't want to answer any questions about himself, but he wants to tell us all about her. Excellent.
Like, this is her program.
Look, Tonya has enough power to get the woman on her show, and she probably will.
And check this out. He didn't know this until later, until the manosphere brought, dog, isn't it? And brought him all the footage and all this stuff like this. He didn't know all these things until much later, after this whole event happened, while he's trying to throw her under the bus. But he's the one met with her and all this. Okay, so now it's like, okay, well, she did all this. But this is the woman that he met, the one he was trying to smash, and don't want nobody to know that he was trying to smash her. Right. That night, he's trying to cover up the whole thing, and we can see all of it. It's coming out. The more he talks, the more he's actually revealing his intentions and the fact that he was probably involved in them. Well, what they say, allegedly involved in this whole thing. Yeah, we don't want to make it a legal thing, but allegedly. I mean, if I had my say so, I would definitely, if I had to bet on it, he's in on this. He's in on this whole. They both set it up and did that, so she could get this GoFundMe or whatever, and set it up. And she did the rest of it. She probably told him, "I'll do the rest. I'll scream, holler. You do this, whatever." And now, since so much heat is coming, and nobody knew that this would be nationwide, they pulled it at a bad time. Then, like I said, we were at so much tension and stuff like that, that this particular case stood out, and they weren't counting on that. They just thought they'd just make a nice little GoFundMe, whatever, and get the 20, because she only asked for 25,000. She got 45. They got $20,000 more than they asked for. So this thing blew up. They thought they would just get them a little car or whatever, a down payment, floss some little, a Jimmy Choo bag or whatever. But they actually came up a whole lot better than that. And, but they got a lot of publicity. So they got a lot of heat coming back. And he didn't count on that. He's not counting on that. She didn't count on that, to the fact where she actually has felony charges now.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so now he's trying to duck and skate on her, because criminals are not friends with each other. They'll sell each other under the bus. And this is exactly what we're seeing with him. Ain't no friends, in that kind of in dirty game like that. Nobody's really friends with each other. Everybody's trying to make it and make it big and do what they do. So we see him throwing her under the bus. And that's what we're watching here. He's trying to throw her under the bus and make himself look clean. And in the meanwhile, he's making himself look very filthy, and he doesn't have a clue that he's doing that.
Bars.
So, nah, I'm not really. I'm just glad I could speak about it. I'm glad I could talk about it. I'm glad that
you could talk
people
about
know
it
the truth.
too. Yeah. How many people were inside the car that night?
I am Melinda.
So it's 1, 2, 3. It's 4 people.
Okay, so there was no van full of girls, the trailer load. There was no, because this is one of the.
What she's referring to is it was her and her friend and me and my friend. All right. And then when she kept following me or whatever, I was trying to. It's just like she wouldn't let us leave. So my other friends were over there. So I went in the car with them and left. So that's what happened. That's what she means by it was other people, females or whatever. Okay. So nothing about what she said in her story is true. Like nothing at all. Like everything.
Wait a minute. That's not true. He did hit her. She was there with him. If you strip it down to the basics, there's collaborating truth between both of them. There just is. Phoenix Soul, thank you for the $2 super chat. If it doesn't fit, you must quit. No, the thing is that, look, they were both at the club together. Let's break it down in its most simple form. They were both in the club together, okay? He saw her. He knows who she is. It's not like out of nowhere. He's at home washing the dishes, the same night that she was at the club. They were both at the club together. He knows who she is. He interacted with her. He admits hitting her. Okay. He acknowledges they both got in his car or a car, right? So there is some truth to her story. So the fact that he said that nothing was true isn't true. What he hit her with, that's a discrepancy. What he hit her with was a discrepancy. I haven't seen anything about her slap. I haven't seen any evidence that she slapped him yet. I need to see that. Let's start off with that. And I'm going to take the news company's word for it, because unfortunately at this point right now, they seem to be a little bit more reputable than both of them at the moment. Okay. But my thing is that he's trying too hard to dishevel her reputation. Fine. But he's not telling us anything. He's not telling us the truth. He doesn't want to collaborate his story with any of the other people that were involved. If her friend was in the car, oh my God, that's going to be very interesting. You know something? This could get very interesting, folks, if Roe starts. Look, there might be some return fire here, and it may not be good for this guy. And I don't mean in a violent way. What I mean is words. What I mean are facts. We all know that they're both on shaky ground as far as the complete truth is concerned, but they both are collaborating a lot with each other on some very basic and important things. They were both in the club together. They were both got into the car together. They both were in the car for a while together. Certain things like that. So this is going to be interesting because both of them, at this point, they're trading lies, in my opinion. But remember now, I haven't seen any paper from this man. I haven't seen any documentation from this man reinforcing the fact and, reinforcing his side of the story. It's right now, what we have right now is what the police have told us. Okay? That's what we have so far. And I believe I wanted to show grown. See, grown, let me just refer you to her page. Grown Woman Vibes has some documentation on what Rhoda is being charged with. But even there, even in that information, I do not see anything that I didn't see any video footage. Let's put it that way. I want to see the video footage. That's what I want to see. Because right now this is a problem I have with anybody, man or woman. Why would you believe what somebody says, especially when they're not coming off truthful and they're not willing to collaborate their story? That's what I want to know.
Exactly. And here's the thing is, like Mr. Washington acknowledged said, is that he's messed up in so many ways by not staying low. And like I said about the ego, his ego's so big he couldn't keep his mouth closed because now it's public. Now, everybody's doing content about him, you know what I'm saying? And probably will, as the case gets, and she's on the run right now, so and if she's not watching him and she's not paying attention to what's going on with him, or if she is, we don't know if they still talking behind the scenes. We don't know. But if her story doesn't, when they catch her, and then they gonna talk to her, and her story don't match up with what he's saying right here, and they can pull it because he put it out there. That's when the stuff is really gonna hit the fan right then and there. Because they're two different stories.
Her defense attorneys are going to get a hold of this. Her defense attorneys are going to be watching Tonya TKO and extracting everything that he's saying. Like I said, he's not too smart. If he was smart, he wouldn't be out here talking.
Exactly.
Right.
He wanted us to see that ugly Goodwill coat. That's what he wanted us to see.
Yeah, he tried to make like I'm a victim and all this, and I don't know her. And he was trying to smash, and he don't want everybody to know he was smashing a dark-skinned woman in these type of things. He was trying to get with her and all this stuff. He was trying to buy. Remember, he said something about buying expensive liquor or whatever, but she wanted to sit down. Look, but he don't know her though. Remember, none of these things matched in that story. He's just going through this story, and none of the puzzle pieces fit. None of them. He's just putting himself out there really bad. But like I said, from a legal standpoint on it, like I said, if I was her defense attorney, I'd be scrubbing that story. I've listened to Tonya TKO several times, and I'd extract everything he said. And then I would take his police report, because I'm definitely going to have my client, you know what I mean? Have him as a witness and bring him out. And I'm going to grill him on the stage. He's going to fail, because he even failed a little podcast with Tonya TKO. We going to grill him. And then she's going to get a reduced sentence for bringing him in. If they did, okay, we both ran fraud together, just for bringing him in, because they're going to make more money in the penal system by incarcerating them both, and they'll drop her time down. See, they're not looking at the big picture. He's not, but her defense attorney, if they smart, they will, and it'll reduce her sentence and give his butt some time while he's sitting up here talking. They're not smart at all.
Exactly.
But they the leaders. They the lead patriarchy. Here you go. They smart though. And you gonna leave what? My household? Get out of here.
Bars.
Exactly. He said, I don't think he got to that part. I don't know if he's going to get to that part, but he did say, he's at one point when Tanya asked, he said, I think that, she just went a little too far. That one line right there, that one line right there has
Right.
enough in it. What do you mean too far? That means, what was the point? What was the point where she went too far? And how do you know what's too far? How would
Right.
you know that she went too far?
Oh, Indiana mom. Sorry, everyone. I spent the last 10 minutes inhaling a bowl of homemade stew made by my mother-in-law. Oh, that sounds so good. Here we go, folks. Here we go.
Is a lie.
Okay. You said she was trying to fight a female friend of yours that night.
Yeah, that was crazy for looking at her. I was
So
like, what the hell?
tell us a little bit more about that.
The whole time, see, I did not pick these things up. She was strategically doing things to incite violence. So just I mean, and it happened so quickly. She just you looking at
Yeah,
she just
by the way, he hasn't said anything. He hasn't said a thing. He hasn't described the whole he hasn't described what happened at all. He's just accusing her again. I want to hear what happened. I want to break it down. I want him to collaborate his statements. That's what I'm looking for him to do. I want him to collaborate his statements with a description that makes sense. That's all I want him to do.
just start howling at the girl and start trying to fight her. And the girl ran behind my friend and then eventually left. Like that's really it. She just started hollering.
So it sounds like to me he's a regular there. To a ghetto club that he called it a ghetto club. He called it a hole in the wall. But he's a regular there. But then wants to tell us he's high value. That's the point I'm trying to make. See, that's what everybody I'm not saying they missed it from the other channels because their priority is different, but I'm just showing you what a fraudulent man this guy is. Do I want the woman to be held accountable? Yeah, I don't want her scamming people who gave her money thinking it was for real. No. But this guy he's not turning out to be much better. And if they were both in cahoots, then it's even whoa, if you know what I mean. That's what I'm saying.
And even the dudes that you see in the initial interview when he was like, these guys seen this dude hit me in a brick.
No, that guy, oh my God, he's literally collaborating with the guy that everybody found out that wasn't even there. Because that's the only guy who talked. Everybody else wasn't even there.
And see, that's the thing, DJ. I'm sorry, DJ. And that's the thing. He's going by collected stuff. He has the upper hand because he was actually there. So why is he basing what he's saying on collected evidence after the fact, which lets you know he is trying to paint the narrative in his favor. Apparently it's not there, and he needs these pieces to paint the narrative in his favor because apparently it is not. He could simply tell the truth and it would paint him in a favorable fashion if it was true, what he attempted to say. If it would show him in a favorable light, it would. And like I said, for him throwing her under the bus like that, if I couldn't get her off top, guaranteed, I would tell her, look, just go and admit it. We're gonna both of y'all. If you gonna spend some time, he's gonna spend some time with you for throwing you under the bus because that's definitely what he's doing. I would make it happen. I would tell her, look, go and plead it and put his name in there. We're gonna drag him right in. Both of y'all gonna spend some time because he's definitely dragging her all through this thing, and he don't realize that he was not smart for doing that, but he doesn't have, he's using facts. Like I said, he's been fed, he's been spooned, and say this, dog, and say that, because he doesn't have the capabilities by himself. He's staggering and he's failing, but he's trying. but he doesn't have, like I said, like a Dusty Man, or all those other ones, or Jay whatever, failing on the dating show man, or whatever. He doesn't have their wherewithal to actually bring it with force. So we see him failing, but that you can tell that he's been spoken to, or he's actually tried to adopt their ideologies to try to bring this point, and he's failing horribly at it.
Yes, very much so.
Quickly, she just, you looking at, she just start howling at the girl and start trying to fight her, and the girl ran behind my friend and then eventually left.
And like we're supposed to believe that. But he doesn't want to collaborate or say yes, this person here, or have this person call in or whatever. No, we're supposed to just be suckers and believe anything he says.
Really is. She just started hollering, and even the dudes that you see in the initial interview, when he was like, these guys seen this dude hit me in a brick. If you listen to the video, there's like, this is the same girl. She was trying to fight this other girl. She actually says that. They actually say that.
I don't know about you. Has anybody heard anything from anybody else that was at that club that was involved in this at all? Is there anybody, male, female, whatever?
Well, if you notice that in the original video where she was doing all the acting, and the guys that were standing behind her who looked absolutely like stage props. I mean, you know what I'm saying? They didn't show no type of. I mean, I've been around when things are happening, and I'm from the South, although I live in the West now, as you know. But if I see something that I want to help. You know what I'm saying? If I can help, if it's not too dangerous for me, you know what I'm saying? And these are three big looking black men that were standing there, and looked like she was trying to get them to just agree with what she was doing. Like she kept looking back. You know what I'm saying? That was a key thing that people didn't pick up, but I did too as well. So all these things are just tying up, And if we're doing it right here, going back to why seeking knowledge is, they're going to use this the way we're dissecting it. Imagine what professional attorneys and prosecutors are going to do.
Right.
That.
Okay. I didn't
Welcome, Darnell. Welcome.
I didn't hear that part in the footage. However, I've seen other video footage of her outside of nightclubs and saying that people tried to attack her, etc. So I have seen that. So how many people were you with that night? Where you said you usually go out alone, but you were with people that night.
No, I went out alone, but they just was there. They joined me. So they like I said, I'm when I have a good face card in Houston. So when I go out, it's going to be someone that knows me or something like that.
No, what it is what he's saying is he hood hops clubs for a living, not for a living, but bottom line is that he's a regular there. That's his face club. His face card. He goes to that club all the time. That's it.
You know what I mean? So I just went into a section, so I don't know how many people was there, to be honest. It was probably a couple people, but
you said when she came over that she said, look, if I'm going to sit in this section with you, then these other women need to leave. What was your response to that?
I said this verbatim. Well, it looks like you're going to be standing up then, because they're not leaving. They're not going nowhere. I didn't say the extra part, but I just said the first part.
And did she end up staying? Did the people?
She got mad. She looked at me. No, I didn't. I told her that I get what you're saying. Like, I'm basically saying that, well, then that means you can't sit over here then. Okay? You know what I mean?
But she can sit in his car.
So he's a nobody. He's not as important as he made out to be. Otherwise, he could have cleared the table if he was such a VIP person as he projected. So he's really a nobody because he couldn't clear the table.
Exactly.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Ego.
because
He
we're
probably
not
made her
going
think
to
that. I'm
because she
sorry,
just
go
did
ahead.
that. You know what I mean? And that's the only thing I ever spoke to her.
I'm sorry. Were you gonna say something?
No, I'm sorry. He probably sold her that lie too. He probably made her think that he was all important and all like that too.
Right.
So she probably thought he could. See, and when he couldn't, she probably like, oh, he's just another buster.
Right.
Yeah, so he probably sold her like he just sold us. Like, I'm the man. I just leave my card and everybody know me. See, he probably sold her on the same stuff. And when he couldn't clear it, that's probably why she said that. Well, I don't want nobody sitting here. If we're sitting here and he couldn't clear the table, he should have been able to snap his fingers, and everybody, the owner should have came through and cleared the table. He knows everybody, and he's a regular, and he's all that. So why couldn't he do that?
You got to be selling dope.
He's just telling all kind of none of this stuff makes sense. Like I said, I kind of disbanded quite a while ago with him because none of what he says is going to make any sense. But we can go ahead.
The kind of power or influence you're talking about, you got to be selling dope or into some kind of criminal, activity to have that kind of weight to clear a table in a nightclub like that.
No,
Or,
you could just be a person to clear a table at a nightclub. Well, number one, you could just buy the table, but
yeah,
aside from that, you can just be for real what he claims he's being, which is a businessman who has made some moves. People respect him in the community, that type of thing. But that's not
He's a
him.
regular, all of that. He spends money in there. I've seen people clear tables just on their name alone, like, oh, and they'll move everybody because the money you spend in the club, you don't have to be some kind of highly acclaimed anything. I've seen it a number of times. You don't have to be no Scarface or anything like that to clear a table in a club, especially as ghetto as he said was. It don't take little or nothing. You can just buy a Cristal, a bottle of Cristal. You can clear a table. And he act like he bought this high level champagne or something. They would have cleared the table alone on that because everybody else getting a 2 for $5 or whatever. They would have cleared that table. Period.
Okay.
I've seen
and
it.
what about the other people that already paid for that table? You just
They would have cleared them out. They would have cleared them out. You don't go to ghetto places very often. This is not. You don't go to ghetto places very often. I have.
No, I don't.
They'll do that. They'll make them stand. They'll do it. You might not understand the flow, but that's how it goes. They'll tell them this person paid for this table, and they'll clear everybody out. Everybody understands money, and they'll just say, "Oh, he just paid for this table," and people will get up because they're not going to pay for it.
I'll take your word.
They'll get right up. Yeah, okay. They'll get right up because they're not going to turn around and pay for it. If he paid for it, they're going to move, and that's what they'll tell them when they make a move. I've seen it, little or nothing. That's nothing. If he was really all that, like he said he was, he could have cleared that table. But he probably didn't want to do it for her. He didn't want the flack, and you know what I mean? And he didn't have the weight that he proposed to have. Right. He didn't have it. He was lying. He was none of the things. As with all this conversation we've had up to this point, he's been none of the things that he said he was. Everything has just fallen through. Everything that he's brought and said and presented hasn't carried any weight. Have you been here the whole time? Have you been listening?
Darnell?
You're talking to
Darnell,
me?
have you been listening?
I've been listening for about the past 45 minutes to an hour, yes.
Oh, okay. You well aware then. Okay, I'm going to back up and let you have at it.
No, please.
Okay, here we go.
The club. She wanted, I'm like, well, you can't sit. Like, she came in like, when I'm here, everyone got to go. I'm like, nah, you're good. You're cool.
And so she ended up sitting with you all.
No.
She didn't.
She went back. That's what I'm saying. She left. Like she was excused. She left. She was excused back to standing up where she was doing.
She was excused. That's very narcissistic right there.
What?
He shouldn't have leaked that out. I caught that right there. She was excused like he had control over her or something like that. Look at the eyes.
Exactly.
Look at that look in his eyes too. like he was like, oh yeah, she was excused. I've never said that in my life to anybody about somebody just saying, oh, I got the seat or whatever. Damn.
Okay.
Yeah, he
Attracted to her?
he did.
Yeah, she had a little back there. Boom. That's real. I was ooh.
Okay.
See, now he smiles when he's talking about her A. When he's talking about her butt, now this is the first time he smiled all interview. When he's talking about her booty. He doesn't know, he just gave himself away. Exactly. Yeah, Rika excuse, that's what he said.
All I saw was eyes and booty. So it was, hey, eyes and booty.
Okay. So you were attracted to her shape and her eyes.
Yeah, it was eyes and booty. That's it. That's all I saw.
Were you trying to smash?
No comment. No comment. No comment.
That means yes.
Told you.
Oh, there's no comment on that.
Like I said.
The police might want to look at this. They might want to take a look at this because I guarantee you he probably gave them a different story.
Oh, okay. Here we go. She refused the phone number. I did at this point. I never had. So let's get this clear with the phone number situation. I never. I didn't even know her name, so I wasn't worried about the phone number. She was trying to come with me. So what was it? I needed the phone number. It wasn't like I didn't ever ask for her phone number at all.
Right. Look, but her personality is ratchet, right? So remember now, folks, she got in his car. She didn't fight to get in his car. They all got in the car together. And if she was ratchet like he says he was, then you know what he was there for. And he doesn't even know right now while he sleeps, if he's sleeping right now, that he just snitched on himself.
Yeah, the personality was ratchet, but it was a ratchet situation. I'm just reading the comments though, real quick. But yeah, it was.
Yeah, this
Because
guy.
my theory yesterday because you know what? To be honest, my theory, especially after reading about this whole backseat boondoggle that went down and then the kerfuffle that followed, to me, I thought maybe there was perhaps a negotiation that, that did not get, the deal did not get sealed.
No.
Because I don't know if you know her history, but she has.
That's why that you would think that, because you got to understand, the more information we know, the more situation changes. I didn't know that history too. So so what I'm getting, I'm not going to say she's a prostitute, but when I looked at it, she was trying to solicit, right? Is that correct? I don't know, but that's not what was going on. Like, I don't.
No, that's what's going on. This guy does this all the time. He goes to clubs to get laid. That's what and he can't get laid. That's this problem.
I think that's why 9 out of 10 men probably go to nightclubs, though, DJ Torch, to be fair, is to go get laid.
That probably is true. That is
Why
true.
did he almost call her a prostitute? He almost called her a prostitute.
Yep.
He might know.
How do you mistake that?
He might know something we don't.
I think he knows what time she was on.
Yeah.
And he's just
and
lying.
when he did it, and when he said, or when he almost said it, he held his head down like, like, oops, like, damn, I didn't mean to say that. Here we go, going a little bit too far.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, definitely, it sounds like, okay, there might have been some kind of pay-for-play or alleged pay-for-play activity, and maybe negotiations broke down. Who knows?
Right.
But
the one thing we do know is that it doesn't sound like he's who he says he is. That's the key.
Yeah, I have to agree with both of you that yeah, his story is just kind of there's some holes in his story. I'm not saying everything he's saying is 100% a lie, but there's some definite holes in the story. Um, he hasn't, to my knowledge. I don't think this guy's been indicted, but I know Brick Lady has been indicted, but he hasn't. But I mean, it could be like there's more to this story than what he's telling. There's a lot more going on than what he's telling.
Exactly. I couldn't
Yeah.
agree more.
Well, they can't indict him until they get her, like I said earlier, is they got to get her in. Then they're gonna put her in the interrogation room, and then, and that's when they're going to, put the story together. They're gonna pull up these bloggers' information, and they're gonna, put, like I said. So that's when if he's nervous now and he's acting nervous this whole interview, he's gonna be really nervous when that happens.
Mm-hmm.
Exactly what I said. Exactly what I said. So he's trying to paint the narrative at this time, and he's doing a very bad job of it.
We're in a car of a car.
Listen,
That's just
stranger things have happened in a car. Hunts Point
Right.
and down by
Yeah.
the bridge and all of that. Many of things happen in a car.
No,
right.
I really truly feel that this young lady had a plan to be famous and to do these type and I only say that after not researching, but all the information that I'm getting. And when I put it together on how she moved and how she act, this was very much planned. Like, who could just pull that out your ass? I got hit with the brick like that. You just pull it out your ass like on the
Well,
snap.
yeah, I mean, the bottom line is he hit him. He hit her. Now, the brick might have been an exaggeration, but the fact of the matter is he hit her.
DJ Torch, I mean, the brick was not an exaggeration. That was just a flat out lie. We got to call. Look, come on, you can't sugarcoat that.
That's what I mean by exaggeration. My thing is this: blunt force is blunt force, whether you use a fist or a brick.
Yeah. Okay, according to Houston PD, I believe it was a water bottle.
No, I think he hit her with. I think he either hit. I think he hit her with his fist. He might have been holding a water bottle, but you can hold a water bottle and still hit somebody with your knuckles.
Yeah.
If you see what I'm saying. I wish I had a
don't
water
think-
bottle around here.
Yeah, I don't think he's exactly sure himself. I think he's still waiting to see exactly what the footage is going to show. He might have thrown that at her after she exited the car. If I'm not mistaken, I think he did say after she exited the car, he threw this at her, which would have had a lot less impact than it would have if he actually slammed and hit her upside the face with it. So none of this is making, like I said, I'm sorry about that. He is really painting a bad picture for himself with the credibility.
He really is.
None of this stuff is making sense. Like I said,
Nothing.
if I was her defense attorney and he tried to do her this way, it would be easy pickings for me if I was allowed to introduce this into evidence. And I would at least show that his credibility could get thrown under the bus, because I'm quite sure that if he had to make a deposition before the court, it's going to be almost 100% different than what he's saying right now, because he can't, because it's lies. When you tell lies, you have to remember said lies. He can't remember what he's saying from one part of this interview to the next. If you got to be a liar, you got to be a damn good liar, and he's not a good liar.
But that's why,
and again,
of the prosecution team, you're not going to put this guy on the stand. You're not going to use him as a character witness. Period.
but he's going to have to. If you're going to use his information to try to bash my client, we putting him on the stand. Period. Ain't no ifs and buts about that. And a smart defense attorney is going to pull him right out there, and they ain't going to do nothing but that. I'm telling you that right now.
I'm saying what I'm saying is, as a prosecutor, you don't put this guy on the stand. You don't use you try not to use his statement. You use other statements, and you use corroborating footage if you have available. But basically, this is the last guy you want to use as evidence as a witness. I should say.
I know, but he my spade. He my ace of spade. I'm gonna pull him out as a defense attorney. My client might walk. That's my possible. He a big possible right there.
Right.
We gonna make board and everything with him.
Well, I think that's going a bit too far on that one, but I mean that's a stretch.
It show that's a strong. He a strong possible out here talking like this. He's not smart like I see it at all. He's not.
Yeah. I mean, okay, tie up what he just said. I'm gonna say this right quickly. Tie up what he just said again. He said, I think this young lady was trying to be famous or something like that. I go back to when I said that he said, I think she went a little bit too far, or maybe he ain't said that part yet, but he does say that. I think she went a little bit too far. Going back, how do you know this young lady wants to be famous? How you know her career goals now?
Right.
Now you know her aspirations and inspirations now. How do you know she wanted to be famous? How do you first say you barely know her 1 minute, then you know he's all over the place, just like what Miss White was just saying.
Well, that narrative has been out there for quite a while, even in the beginning, before anybody knew who this guy was. Back when it was debatable whether she got hit with a brick or not, and all those men that were standing there, everyone knew that she was. Basically, it came out about she was doing these twerking videos where she would just knock out white guys, for example, and
no, she wouldn't knock them out. Don't say that. She would say something rude to them. She never touched them or put a hand on them. Don't say knockout. She didn't do that.
No, that is not true. She never put a hand on. Come on, I saw the videos with my own 2 eyes. I know I got glaucoma, but I ain't blind yet. Well,
never saw her physically assault any of them. She said some pretty crass things to them, and then they backed it up and laughed or something like that. I saw the whole tirade of them because I looked into this pretty deeply when it happened. Like I said, this is a women's issue. Okay? And I was very touched by it when it happened.
You were there when it happened.
No, I said I was very touched. There we go, circle talk and deflection and spinning my words. I know you got a Y chromosome, but it's not that defective where you can't allow me to speak and listen to what I have to say. I like you, Darnell, but don't twist my words, sweetheart. Don't twist my words. I like you a lot. I'm one of your big fans on here, and I listen to you a lot, but don't twist my words, please. Okay? I'm saying I made sure that I take the time to watch her video. She never physically put her hands on anyone in any of those videos. What she did was she did do some verbally offensive things. She never put her hands on anyone. And that was questionable to me because she was quite crass. But then they end up smiling, something like that at the end. She was doing stupid TikTok videos or whatever like that. So she never physically assaulted anyone in those videos. Okay, so that's what I said. So don't twist that. Okay, so you saw videos where she actually physically assaulted someone. Is that what you're saying? Or are you trying to put this out here to try to throw her under the bus too?
Okay, well, let's start with what is the definition of assault?
Are you talking verbal or physical? There's different kinds of assault. You're talking verbal or physical? Because I made the distinction. You want to try to piecemeal it. Is it okay? Physical. So I asked you, did you see her physically? Why we got to go back into definitions? When I asked you, did you see her physically assault someone?
And I said, yes, I did.
Okay. All right. Good. Maybe I'll go back through the dialogue, put the link in the chat. Maybe I'll look and try to find it because I never saw it. I went through a lot of her things.
I can clear this up right now. If she was seen physically assaulting somebody, that was a skit.
Mm-hmm.
So she allowed the white guys or whoever to be slapped as part of the skit. That's what I know is a fact. They were skits. Because they were skits. I know for like 100%. Because I was like, that looks dumb, and that they were a skit.
Yeah.
Yeah, for attention. For attention.
So that's
exactly.
Technically not assault. That's technically not assault. It might have been a skit of assault, but it wasn't legally assault. She does skits.
Yeah, she does do skits, and you might be right. These might have been skits. They might have been, okay, but I don't know that to be 100%. Well, all I know is I see her, having these videos where she cusses out a white guy, smacks him, knocks him down, and then she twerks on him. Now,
Yeah, that was
my opinion,
skits.
Well, but here's the thing, though. Like, when you're doing stuff like that, I mean, if I was doing skits where I'm going upside women's heads, and then next thing you know, you hear me, getting accused of going upside my wife's head, for example.
No,
you see what I'm saying?
But what part of a skit are you not getting? It was a skit.
I mean, you guys say it's a skit. I mean,
no. Everybody was saying it was a skit.
Right.
We're not assuming. Historically it was a skit.
Right. We're all, it might have been a skit. I mean, there was, to my knowledge,
let me just say this.
Okay.
And this, and I hate to bring her up because I do this all the time. This ain't her platform, but this is why Prince Sailor say, "Don't talk to them." I'm a very metaphoric speaker. I speak in metaphors, and I've said this before in your chat. Black men live like we saw that movie where they were stirring that cup. What movie was that? Get Out. Black men live in the sunken place because they can't be in reality. They can't be. We live this. We see this. We see the murders. We see the DV. We see. They act like they don't see it and everything's fault. They live in that sunken place. Apparently, they must be. Like I said, they immersed in that amniotic fluid down there, and it's peaceful, and they just floating, and everything is the fault of the black woman and the white man. They don't see none of this stuff. It makes no sense to argue with them. And that's what she said. It don't make no sense to argue because their mind is gone. They will not regulate and say, you know what, that's right, or I can see it. They just can't. Their mind gone. They're gonna always default back and say it's the black woman fault or the white man fault, some kind of way. Well, I guess. Well, they don't never just give it up and say, you know what, that's wrong, and I see where he wrong. Yeah, dude, wrong. You hardly ever see that. It don't make sense. I'm not gonna get my blood pressure up with it. I just know that they faulty and whatever, that Y chromosome got twisted or whatever, and they just can't bring what did we call that? A nibula or whatever. They can't get it right, and they just ain't gonna get it right. It just makes no sense to kind of go back and forth with dialogue with them when they just refuse to look at evident, things in front of your eyes, like the whole world sees. There's statistics, there's data, there's this, it is right in front of your face, and they just refuse to acquiesce into knowledge like everyone else. They're the one party that just step back and say, "No, I probably will huff out," and it's a dead woman in the trunk. She probably pissed them off. That what she get. These kind of things. This is a sickness that they need to understand, and it goes on so many levels where we can't even have dialogue about situations that happen like this. And that's what makes it frustrating, because we can't even have dialogue. It makes no sense for you to be so blind that we can't get no grain, no ground or anything like that, because you're so blind, like you floating in that fluid under there, and we stirring the cup, bing, 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 and y'all butt just gone. Wake up. We need y'all.
May I respond? And DJ Torch, may I have just a tad of latitude, just a little bit? I promise I have a point here that I'm about to make.
Wait, what?
I just wanted to kind of respond and make a point, and I'm just asking in advance for just a tad bit of latitude.
Okay, go for it.
Bit. All right, thank you. And I'll circle back to my point as quickly as possible. But basically, does everybody remember Jussie Smollett?
Yep.
Everybody, like we all remember. Okay, we all can confirm that racism does exist, right? We know it exists. We know that black people get assaulted. We know crime happens against black or black people are assaulted or whatever have you based on prejudice. We know what happened, okay? But what Jussie Smollett did was literally hire a bunch of actors, or I believe it's two of them, to beat him to death, call him names, things of that nature. Now, this is all during the Black Lives Matter protests. The cities are burning and this and that, and here he comes talking about. I don't think the cities were burning yet, but y'all know what I mean. But the point is that here he comes talking about, oh, I just got assaulted and nobody did anything. Chicago, investigates. Naturally, we don't need, big time actors getting assaulted in our, we're already a high crime city. We need to look into this. We need to solve this thing. Come to find out that he concocted the entire story. Now let's get back to Brick Lady. Yes, we do know that assault against black women does occur. We do know that, but you got to understand, just like with Jussie Smollett, what he did, okay, he made black people look real bad, and I'm sorry, but Brick Lady made black women look real bad, and then threw black men under the bus. Threw black men under the bus in the process. Talking about all y'all stood around while this guy hit me with a brick. Come to find out there was no brick. Come to find out there's a little more going on to the story. Same, very similar to Jussie Smollett. Raises all this social media awareness. In her case, she raised funds.
Okay, wait. I got to stop you right there for 1 second. Unless these two are in it together, like the only way that this is, we can make this seem like the Jussie Smollett thing is if it's indeed true that this man is in cahoots with her. Otherwise, they're two different things. I gave you some latitude.
Yes, you did. You did. Yes, you did.
But that's pretty far wide. And this is, I want to bring you, since you bring up Jussie Smollett, I want to bring up the Jussie Smollett of this situation. This guy right here. Remember him? Let me
yes.
Let me bring up on him. Here we go.
I think that's a false eyewitness guy, I think.
Commenting and saying things they don't understand.
Let me bring this up.
Or they don't know. You guys don't even remember who you guys are trying to defend, who you guys are trying to speak up for. This is the same woman that was going around smacking white people in the streets. She's not innocent. She was actually taunting the guy to hit her. Why would I go defend somebody that's actually looking for trouble? This woman, she is literally a troublemaker. Everybody that knows her in our community knows she's a troublemaker. I'm not going to risk my life over somebody that's actually out there looking for trouble. If you go on social media...
This guy went all the way out of the way to lie.
Yeah.
You see what I'm saying? That's Jussie Smolletting right there. Because, I mean, he's literally... He was not there, but he's acting like he was there. And then he's going through this whole diatribe on, I'm glad I brought him out because I'm sure I want to find out where he is today. I want to find out where he is now. I want to know if he was able to keep his job because this is crazy. He could have started a whole lot. Listen to him.
You're going to see some of her antic videos, taunting people, looking for a reaction. Well, she got what she's been looking for, and you guys are giving her the attention that she was actually seeking for. I don't regret not standing up for her. If you look at all the videos, I was there. I don't regret nothing whatsoever. I don't regret standing up for her. I'm not saying she deserved it. I'm not saying that any men have a right to hit a woman, especially with a brick. Nobody deserves that. By the end of the day, there's more to the story. She's not as innocent as she's trying to portray herself to be. She wants attention. She's an attention-seeker woman. She's trying to go viral, and you guys have given her what she wanted. Yes, she did get hit by a brick. Yes, I saw it. Yes, I was sitting.
Yeah. So we all know he wasn't there because
She was taunting the guy. She was calling him all type of names. She was degrading him to a point where he resulted in picking up a brick and hitting him. I don't condone that type of behavior, but once again, she's not as innocent as she portrays herself to be. I literally like
This guy right here is great. This
Oh
I've
God,
never seen enough of this.
that's too much
Yeah,
processed food.
this guy, I believe, he was already confirmed to be a liar. Well, definitely when he claimed about the brick, we all know at this point it wasn't a brick, so obviously he wasn't there. Yeah. But
Yeah.
I'm gonna look him up. I'm gonna find out where you know. I'm not gonna. Don't get me wrong. I'm not gonna like go and like dig deep, but I'm just gonna find out. I know somebody's gonna say, "Oh yeah, he's still thinking he's there or whatever." I'm gonna find out. That's curious. I'm just curious about him. I know somebody probably did does anybody
if I
know his real name? Maybe I could find out where you know.
if I remember correctly, it turned out he wasn't in her actual city. He wasn't even in her city where of Houston where this took place, right?
Yeah, I heard he wasn't even in the state.
Yeah, if I remember correctly, try Minneapolis to be exact. Try Minneapolis.
Okay. Oh my God, is he? Oh, please don't say that. You want to know why?
Why? Did I do something wrong?
No, you didn't. But you literally just connected the dots because the guy right here. Let me go back to the other fixer. Oh man. Okay.
Yeah.
He has a ticket in Minneapolis that he said wasn't his. Oh shit! Maybe it's all three of them. Maybe they're all
my
three in
goodness.
on it.
Oh my goodness. I wouldn't be surprised. I wouldn't be surprised because who in their right effing mind would sit there and make up a story like that? I mean, like I was there and this happened, but this, I mean, who does that? But a psycho person or some scammers who can't get their stories to collaborate.
You know what? If Tonya TKO's crew or Nikki at Night's crew gets a hold of this, you might need to bring the other guy in. Because think about it. They all, yeah. Yep, Bridget. Well, I think we're on to something, folks. We're on to something.
Yeah. I think if I remember, and the only reason I remember Minneapolis, I believe they were all from the same Somali community.
Oh, no. Oh, my God. We just solved the case, everybody. We just solved the case. We'll send this over to the Houston PD tomorrow.
Let's not pop the champagne yet.
But just think about it. That's the connection. And they all have that kind of like non-FBA vibe, right?
Yeah.
We already know that the guy with the glasses, we know he's not. He's from somewhere else. We know she's from somewhere else. This is the guy right here, and he's not convincing me he's not from somewhere else. Because see, I think he's claiming not to be. I think he's claiming to be FBA, but see, the thing I did notice about that nightclub, guess what kind of music they were playing?
Was it some kind of East African music?
Afrobeats.
Afrobeat, that's what I meant.
It didn't look like the streets were even paved outside.
I know.
If I can remember correctly. So that was a real gritty type of atmosphere around there. Like I said, kind of third world country kind of vibe.
Straight. I mean, basically, yeah. I mean, that was a hood club. And so that's why this guy isn't telling me, he's not selling me on him being high value, which he claims to be. Because you don't go out of your way to go to a club, you know.
Well, he's a PP bro with a discount. He ain't paying for the flight, but he gets to be a PP bro right here in the United States. He the discount PP, bro. Right here. Yeah. That's what he was doing. And he don't want to tell nobody now because he didn't expect it to be exposed that he was trying to hit on her. I mean, this is like throwing him under. He's like, he don't know what to do. It's like, ooh, I was trying to holler at her. And the world see her with this big knot on the side of her face. Like, ooh, I was trying to holler at that. They supposed to go after Becky and the light skin and all. You see, they know he's trying to smash that. He's embarrassed too. Because they'll do anything, you know what I mean. So he's trying to keep his face. I mean, there's a whole bunch of factors here that are at play. Besides him just trying to admonish, trying to clear his name, the things amongst the men as well that he has to clear himself on. Like I want y'all, no, I want y'all to how the hell, no, he's trying to do that too. And just like Mr. Biles, I'm gonna try to holler at her. No, I made her drive 45 minutes. I wasn't even looking. I wasn't even checking out the window. He's doing this is him doing the same. I ain't want her. No, she was just walking next to me, and he's look. They can't admit that they like the woman, want the woman, anything. He's doing the same thing here, and it's just pitiful. How look at the movements. Look how they do. This is what they do, and when you call them out on it, they want to, scream and holler at you like you're not noticing a pattern in their behavior over generations and things. You know what I mean? This has been going on for so long. And don't get mad because we're calling it out. We see it now. We see it now. It's like blind, like right in our faces. This is what y'all do. We can call y'all, well, not our means. We don't want to hear that. We understand that y'all are 5% somewhere. God bless them. You know what I mean? Yes, it is. But we see this on a very large scale that this is how things go. But like I said, I think this is what he's trying to disassociate himself from her. But he was trying to holler at her. He even tried to impress her with fancy wine or fancy champagne or something. He couldn't get her a table because he don't got it like that. Look, everything is telling. But he's trying to tell the story backward like he really wasn't. He didn't put his story together at all.
No.
Here we go.
You know what I mean? And then the way she spoke to the world, this black man did everything, and y'all just said that gets to your heart. So now we're not using logic; we're just using our emotions. Everyone else is, she's not stupid. She's in a she could have done something way more profitable than lie and scam. She
wait a minute. She made $43,000. Now she got caught, but that's pretty profitable.
What's her talent?
Storyteller.
Hey, DJ Torch, can you pause it 1 second?
Sure can.
Didn't he say that he really didn't know her or something like that?
He sure did.
So how does he know she's a good storyteller?
Good point.
Yeah.
Very good point.
Exactly. Yep.
Hmm.
Yeah.
The more you sit back and listen, the more you learn.
That quickly. Like I'm looking. I'm a marketer. I own a digital marketing agency, and I'm looking back. I'm waiting for this.
A digital marketing agency.
Yeah, alarm bells are going off in my head.
He's never confident in anything. He says the only who talks like that. Like somebody asked me, what do you do? I'm a singer. You come out right. I'm a marketer. What? You know what I'm saying? What? I would have said what? Repeat that, please. I'm like, well, what kind of put some bass in your voice? Like put some bass in your voice. What is going on? He's digital marketer. Where, sir? Where do you digitally market?
Right. Exactly.
To come out, boom, boom, boom. But as I'm waiting and looking, I'm like, wow, this lady is using emotional chords and pulling people. Like she started talking about like trans and like all the hot topics buttons. She kept pushing them to make a polarizing fan base. Either you're gonna hate her or love her. It's like not too many people, and you're hater, lover, or you're a little skeptical, and you're just quiet because you're a person of truth, and you just want to wait and listen. That was the three. It wasn't like it was just, you know. But we
He's
found
trying to
out
make
the
this
truth.
thing look innocent.
Surprise.
I mean,
Surprise.
I still don't
Like
know
me.
the truth. What are you saying is the truth?
It's not what I'm saying is the truth. It's what is the law say is the truth? What is the what do they say is the truth? Why is she being?
Uh-oh.
It's been 3 months. You look at my record. If anyone on here want to pull up my record of who I am, I've never.
Anybody who says, you know, I have a clean record, or you can pull up my record, they're usually not clean. They're not. They're usually saying that for a reason. And plus, you can be expunged or you can have your record cleaned. It doesn't necessarily mean you didn't commit a crime or that you're not a scammer.
Yeah, I think
Genuine scam.
expunge or sealed. Like in cases of a minor, you can have you committed a crime as a minor. It can be sealed to where it doesn't reach the public domain.
Right.
Also, DJ, did you catch the part where he was talking about the truth thing when she asked him? Did you catch all that twisted? That was a bunch of. I can't even repeat it. That's how messed up it was when he was talking about, you know, well, what was he saying about the truth part when Tonya asked him about, and he was like, well, the law will determine the truth.
Right. Yeah, this right here. I think you just said it, right?
Yeah, he just said it.
She just created a mini movement that quickly. Like I'm looking. I'm a marketer. I own a digital marketing agency, and I'm looking back. And I'm waiting for
cloud chasing.
Mini movement.
Welcome, conscious mind love.
This.
I have to concur with
but
you,
as
DJ
I'm
George.
waiting and looking,
Wait, let me play this for a little bit, just for a second.
I'm like, wow, this lady is using emotional cords and pulling people. Like, she started talking about like trans and like all the hot topics buttons. She kept pushing them to make a polarizing fan base. Either you're gonna hate her or love her. It's like not too many people, and you're hater, lover, or you're a little skeptical, and you're just quiet because you're a person of truth, and you just want to wait and listen. That was the three. It wasn't like it was just, you know. But we found out the truth. Surprise.
I mean,
Surprise.
I still don't know the truth. What are you saying is the
Exactly. That's the funny thing is he's taking it for granted that everybody is believing what he's saying.
Yes, he is. Yeah, I mean, it's ridiculous for him to say that. He just was. Now we know the truth. When he get done talking, he just got through going all over the map. And there were so many fallacies in everything he said. I mean, he stretched his hands out. Now we know the truth. I mean, who is this guy? He's a charlatan at best.
Yeah, I have to concur with you, ma'am. That's a charlatan. That's definitely a charlatan. Marketer, salesman. No offense to you, DJ Torch. I know you used to sell cars at one time, but salesman, yeah, they're liars. No offense, DJ Torch. Sorry.
Oh yeah, yeah. Way back in the day. Rico Redeem was saying is, wait, is he gay? I turned around for a while, but his voice and the way he talks is sus to me. I'm telling you. And then let's see, where is it right here? Oh yeah, and then Phoenix Soul says, Rico Reed Gaming, I got those vibes too. I kind of did too. He kind of has that I'm telling you, he reminds me of Kevin Samuels. I'm telling you.
I got it from the beginning. Like I said, I looked at those little capri pants and no socks and stuff like that. I mean, and then his mannerisms. If he wasn't, I mean, I could very well imagine some DL type situations with him, if not all straight out.
Twinkle, twinkle.
All right, let's everybody congratulate VM on getting her medicine ball to take care of her cold from, I guess that's what they sell those at Starbucks. It's actually one of my favorite drinks. It's great. It kind of has a fruit flavor to it. Kind of has a kick to it. Anyway, let me keep going.
Did you say grape? Did you say grape? Grape is your favorite. Your favorite flavor.
No. Wait, no. Grape's not my favorite flavor. No.
Oh, okay. I was about to say, that's a stereotype right there.
No.
Okay.
I like grape. Now, I like fresh grapes. Don't get me wrong. I like fresh grapes, but believe it or not, nectarines are my ultimate favorite.
Oh,
nectarines, my man.
Just saying is the truth. What is the law say is the truth? What do they say is the truth? Why is she being? It's been 3 months. Look at my record. If anyone on here want to pull up my record of who I am, I've never hit anyone, scammed, did anything. I have nothing on my record. The law says she's lying.
Okay, well,
They say she's lying about the scam. Some of the stuff he's been saying isn't been on top too.
And that just means he's never been caught. That just means he's never been caught before. There's people that do horrendous crimes at 40 and 45, things like that. Their record is absolutely clear. What he's saying, doesn't hold any weight. There's people that don't commit their first crimes until they're in their 50s. So what is he talking about? That doesn't mean that he will never commit a crime because he doesn't have one on his record as of yet. So what he's saying doesn't carry any weight. He's trying to swim through this thing and give himself a favorable light, but he's failing on every hand to me.
Mm-hmm. Yep. He's trying to put all it on her. He's trying to, make sure the focus is off of him. It's not me. And he's bringing the law in it. Okay. He's saying she's the one breaking the law. He just said that several times. He's trying to convince the listeners that she done broke the law. You know what I'm saying? And he hasn't. I noticed that. Like, the law will determine that in the end, sir. You don't have to keep saying what she broke. If she did, the law would take care of it.
Here we go.
And it's the law.
If we're going to talk about your record, I did pull your record before you came on, of course.
Oh, cool.
And you know what I found?
Speeding tickets.
I found that.
Remember, he just said speeding tickets, right? Wait, let me go back. Listen to this. This is where it gets good, folks. This is where it gets good.
If we're going to talk about your record, I did pull your record before you came on, of course.
Oh, cool.
And you know what I found?
Speeding tickets.
I found that you and her both lived in Minnesota.
Hey, that's what I said earlier.
Ooh.
Along with that other dude. Along with the other dude who lied.
Ooh.
Oh, man.
Bon.
Did she say they live together? I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
No.
Did she say they live together?
No, I think
they just both lived in Minnesota.
Yeah.
Same state.
Hey, look at his face now. Look, that's a totally different look than what we've been seeing the whole time. Ooh, let's go.
Yeah.
Here we go.
Unfortunately.
Okay.
Sorry.
That's what I thought, because there are some people who are saying they think that you and her in on this together for clout, that you're doing some digital marketing scheme, and this is all
she pulled in the digital marketing. Good job, Tonya.
motion.
That was a good transition to asking me that question. I wanted to give you that, number one. And my niche market doesn't have anything to do with ghetto ratchet stuff, so I don't have to focus on it.
I mean, but listen, you're famous now. Now you've been vindicated. You're going to be on the news tonight. You're on the Tonya TKO show. This is broadcasting across the world on 5 platforms.
No, well, we're gonna see we're gonna see if I'm famous. Fame is nothing without, that's not a big deal.
He cannot
Once
keep
again,
still.
she did a good job. She got famous and monetized it. That girl, I'm telling you, she could have
He
done
is
some
nervous.
things
Wait
out
a
here.
minute. He knows too much about her. Now he knows. He watches her videos every day.
Look at Tanya smile. Look at her smile.
I know she's got him.
Got him.
And my thing is how are you doing this high end digitally marketing and you at some ghetto club like Miss Y sticking off the saying you're some ratchet bar, but
Right.
you know and this guy is oh
He
gosh
can't
Jesus.
afford them OnlyFans they be looking at. He can't afford them. He went for her. That little exotical he could afford without buying a Spirit airline flight. Okay.
Exactly
That's what
one
he was
way
doing. Yes.
one way
In the
one
bargain
way
basement to the club with no
on
sidewalk
sale.
outside. It was only dirt. I didn't see no sidewalk outside that club. Go
No
back and watch the
no.
videos, y'all.
Ah.
Straight up, I didn't know. I'm thinking we was in Haiti or something when I watched the video. Go back and watch it. I'm like, wow, really? Okay. And he keep making several references to it like it was so far beneath them. But then he said it was a regular. See, I mean, it's so many holes in this man's story, like I see it. If I couldn't get my client off, I mean, I missed my calling. If I couldn't get my client off, he's going with it. He gave right enough right here to go with her. He's going. And then look at this that just dropped too. Y'all going together. You think you all that? You finna go with her, mister. You can hang that coat up or try to sell it for some attorney fees. That's what you can do.
That's right. So all three, if I'm understanding correctly now, all three of them are in Minnesota, right?
Yes.
At one point in time, they worked. They were part of the same community in Minneapolis, Minnesota, I believe.
Okay. All right.
So you're saying you would have hired her?
Yes, I would definitely hire her. Shit.
So you're saying even today you would hire her?
She has a skill, yeah, and she just used it for wrong. Like she's like it's Batman, and you got the Joker, she's a villain.
Wait, she's the villain.
Villain.
Explain that. She's the villain. Explain that.
She divided so many people. People lost real friendships over this. People really lost people got so invested in this that it questioned their character. If someone it just was like it divided so many people, and it just not a lot of people could do that. You know what I mean? Not a lot of people could strategically create a fan base and a following that will
What are you
bet anything on you and don't know you and don't have any that's powerful. I mean, it is.
What is he talking about?
Like
I have no clue.
Cult or anything like that. The truth comes out, and now we're here.
Speaking of which, you said that you feel that more should happen to her than just the charges she's been charged with.
Yeah, I think we're taking this a little light, and what I mean by that is that imagine if I would have been having this conversation behind a cell.
What do you mean?
Being an innocent man, I would have been in jail for something I didn't do. You know what I mean? For this.
What did he not do? He said he hit her. Now the story might be the stories are up for debate. That's definitely up for debate. But he's taking for granted that we believe his story, even though we have not viewed the video footage that is supposed to have been exonerating him. And I really want to know what happened inside the car. So this is going to be very interesting.
That's attempted murder, assault, kidnapping. What else she said? Assault. What the fuck else she said? Sex trafficking. You really think you should get away with that? And then taking $40,000 from people, like from people that really went through shit, from people that have really been fucked up.
Okay, now he's really trying to sell it, isn't he?
That really had domestic issues. She's using that to manipulate them to follow her, and then profiting off of that. Is that not evil? What is evil? That's a deep, deep evil. That's some evil shit. And she's still going on and on and on with it. She just asking her followers for more money. I just seen a video. Oh my gosh, life is so hard. All this shit's going on. What did you do with the money? She's like, yeah, the police. I don't know who is all this. The police is lying. Everybody lying now. Anyone that doesn't agree with her.
Wait a minute. Why is he saying, what did you do with the money? He wasn't there, right? He's not talking to her, right?
What the fuck else? She said, sex trafficking. You really think you should get away with that? And then taking $40,000 from people, like from people that really went through shit, from people that have really been fucked up, that really had domestic issues. She's using that to manipulate them.
VM, you nailed it. He sound like a woman. I can't. Yeah, that's why I named this "Resting in His Femininity."
He was given these talking points, and you can tell. I mean, you can tell he was given these as ammunition for this interview. He's been reveling over there, and they've been patting him on the back. Yeah, dog. You can tell he was given because he doesn't have the mental fortitude to generate these, and you can tell.
Right.
Doesn't. He was given these. They've been put, yeah, dog, and they've been giving him all these talking points. That's why he can't fluently deliver them. He hasn't been fluently delivering them at all. He has to bring them forth like he's bringing them forth. He doesn't have it because he's been patted on the back and told what to say in this interview. And none of it is genuine. Like I said, this is failing, and he's doing himself more damage. He probably shouldn't have spoken, and it would have allowed her to negotiate her deal or whatever she had to do to get past this thing. But since he put her and threw her under the bus, it opened up the playing field for her to get less time by putting itself out there. This just was not smart at all. I'm sorry, I missed. Who was the other co-conspirator? I'm sorry, who was the other co-conspirator? The lady that was with her or the man that was with him?
I don't know who wait. Okay, the lady that was with her, to me, the co-conspirator was the guy who was made that speech in the glasses, because they're all from the same place.
Yeah, but well, the thing is, he made that speech like when this first happened. That was months ago. I mean, I understand what you're saying, that he might be part of it, but he hasn't said anything lately.
So he acted like he didn't know who the guy was and who was in the car. He just made a statement, right? Like he didn't know anything.
Right.
And then evidence traces them all back to the same place.
Yeah. Basically, it's just weird. It's just very weird that all three of them are from Minneapolis, which is not like, some main spot that makes sense for all of them to be.
Wrong time for them to turn on her.
Mm-hmm.
She got the hand, she got the spade hand, and they acting up. They got diamonds and stuff. They shouldn't do this.
To be honest with you, though, DJ Torch, it's not weird at all. You look up the demographics of Minneapolis; they have the highest Somali refugee community.
Mm.
Yeah, so it's actually not strange at all.
What's the odds of them all three locating to the same dynamic and all being in the same club and all being in the same altercation? I mean, you would win the lottery probably before you do that.
Right.
Okay.
That's true. I have to agree with you on that. I mean, you got a better chance of winning the lottery than, yeah.
And wait, you know, they're gonna get down to the bottom of this once they check these phone records, text records. They're gonna go deep. It's really finna go down. They're not gonna get out of this, and it's gonna come out, and she's going to have to expose this. Like I said, she will be able to use this as a tool to reduce her sentence. And he's just exposing it. He putting it out there. He's making his own bed right here, and he's lining it with nails and tacks and he gonna have to wash Debo underwear
He's making it worse.
and make his noodles.
So right now, I believe we have what, felony fraud? Is that what he's being, or I'm sorry, that she's being charged with? Felony fraud
Yes.
and lying on a police report?
Yes, she does have a felony charge so far. I don't know. I mean, like I said, it all depends on if she didn't save any of that 45,000. I doubt if somebody's just gonna come. Usually, when you do something deceptive like that, nobody's just gonna come out the woodwork to defend you that way. So if she didn't save it and if she like spent it all on Jimmy Choo bags or whatever, it ain't looking good for her. She'll be in some correctional facility somewhere. But if she has a real enterprising defense, you know, in any way to just try to really do something for her, they are going to pull them in because they are involved. I mean, if they're involved, I mean, I would do that. I'm almost coming up on 30 years with the city of Milwaukee employee. Okay, here I did code enforcement. I've taken case. I've never lost a case in court. I've been a building inspector for 17 years. I've been putting court cases for the health department for 5. Okay, I never lost a case ever. All right. So if I was doing that kind of thing, I'm gonna make the best case, okay, for my client. And I know if that's gonna pull it off like that, I'm pulling him in. Period. He coming in there, and he's not smart for running his mouth and talking like this. He's just not.
Yes.
No, I have to agree. I definitely have to agree with that. But you were, ma'am, you remember Enron?
Enron, that was a oil company or something, wasn't it?
Yeah, the energy company. They basically defrauded their workers out of their pensions. Basically, it was a giant Ponzi scheme. And basically, if you worked for Enron, you might have had $1 million in your 401k, only to find out it was worthless the next day. He was never, he actually never went to jail. He did die, but.
Oh, you breaking up. I'm missing you.
All right, I'm going to play a little bit more. Here we go.
Oh, no. Okay.
And then profiting off of that. Is that not evil? What is evil? That's a deep, deep evil. That's some evil shit. Okay. And she's still going on and on and on with it. She just asking her followers for more money. I just seen a video. Oh my gosh.
Oh, everybody, don't forget to get the likes up. Hit the like if you haven't yet.
Life is so hard. All this shit's going on. What did you do with the money? She's like, yeah, the police. I don't know who is all this.
Notice how he's trying to act like he knows her.
The police is lying. Everybody lying now. Anyone that doesn't agree with her is lying now. The police is lying. The detective lying. The cameras are lying. It's crazy.
Question.
No,
because
you're
I know
crazy.
This is going to come up. So this is not from me. This is going to come up. You're saying that she was in the backseat of the car. She began to kick and try to fight you in the backseat of the car.
Not fight, kick. She's trying to kick. Because when I told her she has to leave, what normal people would do would leave on their side. She's kicking me so that I can leave on my side. So she's kicking, like, kick. Just to be petty, just to put her hand, will kick me. You know what I mean? As I open the door, I back up. Like, you can, like, go, young lady. She's finishing hitting me. She's not finished putting her hands on me. So she wants to continuously, she wants to do it more. Okay. And that's what that means.
So which side of the car did she get in on? Did she get in on the passenger side, or did she
Right,
get?
right, passenger. Yep.
She got in on the passenger side, but she left on the driver's back driver's
Left.
side.
No, she got in on the passenger and left on the passenger as well.
Oh, so
Yeah.
when she was kicking you, I thought.
Right of me.
Uh-oh.
Makes sense?
Uh-oh.
No. So you were on the left. She
Uh-oh.
was on the
Tanya's
right, but
good.
she was kicking you to the left so that she wouldn't get out to the right?
If she's hold on, police line. So I don't how do I explain
Got
this?
it.
You're
Stutter, stutter.
Yeah. Let's see if he can dig himself out of this.
in a car, like I'm in the right side, she's on the left. So we're in the back seat. So she's kicking me. And so I could get out. So she's trying to get out on her right side, which is my side. That
So
makes
she got in on the driver's back side then.
no, she just went in the same.
I'm trying to understand.
Yeah,
She came in through the passenger back side. You two were in the back seat. You came in on the driver, so you were on the
No, I
left.
came on the passenger back side as well. Came on the same side. She scooted over.
Oh, so she scooted over. So then when you two were back there, she ended up on the driver's rear side.
Yeah, there you go. That
And then
makes sense.
and you were on the passenger rear side. So she starts kicking you so that you could open the door on the passenger side.
That's correct.
Okay.
Well, I mean, she could have went off on her side. She was just trying to kick me. Like
Okay. So question that people are going to ask is, was she trying to get away from you and that's why she was kicking you?
No, I asked her to leave. I mean, that's the reason she got upset. Like trying to get away. Like she would have came. I asked her to leave. You know what I mean? She could have left. Listen, this isn't. She came to me. Like that's what I'm trying to explain here. Everything was coming to me. Like it wasn't like I'm coming to her trying to like. On the video, you'll see her just dancing, rolling me up on the car. Does that make like
What does that have? Wait, what does that have to do with her kicking him when they
He
were in the
denied
car?
that earlier. He denied that earlier, remember? He acted like he didn't know her, and she was asking him, was she dancing on him outside the car? He acted like he did not. We were just walking. He acted like he wasn't walking in with them or anything. He acted like he didn't know anything about the dancing. And now here comes the dancing. Look, I'm telling you, he finna get ate up right here. And his story, this story cannot. It's going to be so revised and redacted. And if he has a good attorney, which the manosphere will probably help him and provide him with one, it will be nothing like what we're hearing right here. It can't be because he's going down.
She's not a victim trying to run away here.
Okay. Well, I just want to make sure because listen, what's going to happen is people are going to take what they've read and they're going to turn it into a story. And
that's what's been going on.
right. So since you're speaking, I want you to have the opportunity to clear up rumors before they even start. Were you trying to traffic her? Were you trying to traffic her?
No.
Have you ever trafficked anyone before, even though not charged?
No. Did you pay for services? No, I didn't have services and I don't pay for services. Asked her, told her the fuck out ass, or told her to her. I can't see shit on video. They didn't. Okay. Yeah. So I don't know. Why are you out here beating people with water bottles? Where you get that from? Now it's bricks and now it's water bottles. They crazy.
Well,
you said it was a water bottle, dude.
Yeah.
You said you had a water bottle in your hand, right?
No, I'm just reading this, but it's just funny to me. It goes like, like people will say anything. Like, yeah, why you hit it with a brick? Why you hit it with a person? Why is anyone putting their hands on anybody? Like that's another story that we should talk about is the resolution.
Yeah, we should use water bottles, not hands, huh?
Yeah. Yeah, this big D dude is his only fan in there. Is Hustler Muscular still in the house? Hustler Muscular, you're still out there in the clouds? Let me know.
Or doing any of this shit. It's really crazy to me. That's a real fucking topic.
Well, that is another topic for another
Yeah.
day. But since we have you on here, I want to get all the answers that I can while we have you.
Yep. Like Sir seems to be struggling and articulating his thoughts. Bars.
Here, because
What other questions do you have?
well,
Are you Nigerian? I'm not even African. That's a good question that everyone wants to know.
yeah, people were saying that it was a Nigerian man. They were saying that.
But I do share those characteristics, so I understand.
My question for you is, on a scale of 1 to 10, with 1 being how you would hold a baby and 10 being the way you would swing at Kimbo Slice, right?
Oh, gosh. It was a 3 or a 4, to be really honest with
So
you.
when you hit her with your hand on
I
a
know
scale of
100%. I know 100% that her face didn't come from me. I know 100%. No, I'm not gonna say 100%. I know 90% that she must have already had a big lump on her face before she even entered the club that night. Okay, so for everyone wants to know.
No, that's his play, but that's not the truth. I saw the video with her, even with the mask on. She's wearing a form-fitting mask, and her mask doesn't have a big knot on it. It doesn't.
What happened?
Wow.
We still don't know what happened to her face. But what I can say is that I want you to think about we know it's something on her face, but when did it happen to her face? No one
When
ever.
you hit her. I'm sorry, but right now that's all we have to go with. Because I mean, she wore a mask, and at first I thought people were saying that she was wearing a loose mask that wasn't form fitting to her the shape of her face. But then when I saw it, I said, and I saw her dancing inside the club. I'm just like saying, well, she already had a swollen face before he engaged with her, then the mask would show a certain level of the mask would be pushed out, distorted too, and it wasn't. It was her face. The shape of her face was just fine. That's what I know he's trying to sell that, but that's not going to sell with me because
So you saw this, DJ? You saw the footage? Okay.
I don't know if it was in this video, but it was. I think it was in Nikki's video, and where they were showing her dancing or something like that inside the club, and her face was fine. I mean, don't get me wrong; it was dark and it wasn't completely clear, but I saw her face, and I was like, "Well, I'm expecting to see a knot push her mask out on that side because the mask was extremely form-fitting. It wasn't like loose where you could hide a distortion like she had. And not only that, but the when she showed her face at the club in her video and then showed her face at the hospital, you could tell that there was an evolution of the size of the wound. Not the wound. Yeah, the wound. It got bigger. It was smaller when she was at the club because she had just got hit. But it was bigger when she was at the hospital after the swelling maxed out. Does that make sense to you guys?
Yes, it does.
So let me see if I don't know if I can bring that. Let me see if I can bring that up. Because she was crying.
You're talking about the video
right
where we're in the
here.
hospital.
Wait, let me get rid of this. Where is it? Is it this one?
I believe it's going to be one where she was lying in
Here's
the
at
hospital.
the hospital, right? And that's pretty freaking big. You're going to tell me she hit that? There it is. See that? How are you going to not notice that? If you saw a woman in a club with that, Wait, you're gonna go be like, oh yeah, let's dance. Yeah, let's go, go, go. Not only that, but the medical record itself said it's from blunt force. Let's see if I can bring that up. Is it on this? Oh wait, I didn't bring. Shoot, let me bring it up. Right here. There we go. Y'all see how big it is there? Let me bring this down so it's clear. That's pretty big. You gonna tell me you can't hide that behind a mask? Okay, that's her again. I'm trying to find the one where she was in front of the club. That's still the hospital. Hospital. Okay, let me look. I know I got it on here somewhere. Let me go through my stacks here. Where is it? Oh, maybe it's this one. Okay. Okay. Right here. That's at the hospital. Damn, I can't find it. I can't find the club one. But her wait. Yeah, I can't find the club one. But it's clear that let me go back. Where was I?
But why would a woman wear a mask to a club? And no, that would have stood out alone to other party goers unless women typically wear masks to the club. You know what I mean? There would have been several witnesses to say, yeah, that chick, it was one chick in
Find
there
out
with a
at
mask. Okay, but a mask on at the club, I don't think that, I mean, when I looked around, even on the video, I mean, there's not a tirade of people wearing masks. This is not a typical thing from what I see of people wearing masks at the club. A woman that's going to stand out. And all the women definitely going to see you like, oh, that heifer got a mask on. You know, we all go, look, that's what women do. And that's what we see. We'll see that. She'll stand out more than a lot of other women, a woman with a mask on in a club. So it was like that was planned to not see. Maybe she had already injected it or they had already did something. I mean, that's just according to other videos that I had seen saying that she does something allergic with her face or something and makes it swell that way. It may have already been done and they didn't want to see people to see it actually growing. So that's why I'm really kind of in with this conspiracy thing that they were all in it together. I don't know why she felt like she would have basically needed someone, but I guess she did to pull it off. But the bottom is falling out of this thing now.
I agree. I can't find what? Okay, wait. Okay, that's a club right there. Let me play this part right here.
Still think that it's staged. And if you did think so, but you now see the proof in the receipts, are you man enough to apologize or not?
Is it on two? I'm a little confused because on this side it looks like it's on the right side, and on the other one it's on the left side.
Done to anybody in my life to deserve this. I never did anything
She's
in
in the
my
mirror.
life
That's why.
to hurt anybody. Literally, a man asked me for my number. I said no.
Can you go back
See, now
to
that's a lie. That's a lie, and that's what it was. It was supposed to be over
And sad truth.
somebody getting her phone number. So now look how the whole story plays out. They're both, well, she's lying right there. Nobody asked her for her phone number. She was with that dude all night. So there's a whole lie right there. This is a conspiracy. They were in this together, like I see it. He's not smart. He gonna end up serving time with her because he just needed to shut up. That's all he needed to do. But he couldn't. He didn't know the assignment. Nobody gave him the memo.
That's
The
probably
only
why
thing,
she's.
I'm sorry, go ahead. The only thing I was going to say was with the lump. The only thing I had noticed, like, for that to be like some kind of blunt force trauma, from what I could tell, I couldn't see, if there was any abrasion, like, because normally there'd be some kind of abrasion, like a cut. You know what I mean?
That's not necessarily true. Everybody's skin doesn't do the same things. From what they see him with the swelling and the impact, they're going to label it a blunt force trauma. Okay, because your skin, you wouldn't swell like that if it wasn't some kind of blunt force that was applied to it. Okay, and you usually, if you have a allergic reaction, you're gonna swell, like her whole face would have been swollen. So what they're looking at, they're gonna determine that a blunt force trauma. I would, if I was a trauma person. That's what it looks like to that one area of her face. So I can see why they said that. It's not gonna necessarily have a scar or anything like that.
Right.
Okay. But what did he? All right. Let's go through what he may have used. We know the brick is out. So right now, let's all of us go through what do you think he may have used to cause that type of swelling?
Well, he said a water bottle. He said that himself.
Yeah, well, he's okay. Water bottle, but a water bottle is plastic. That's not going to cause that kind of.
How hard did he hit her with it?
Yeah, I think he hit her a lot harder than he's letting on that he did. That's whether it was with the bottle or not, or whether his knuckles caught her jaw more than the bottle. So that's what I say.
Assuming it was even a plastic water bottle too, because then you also got to remember you also got I even got one laying around the house. Here it is, right here. I got one of these metal water bottles. So
no, but Big Cap, he's in the chat. He has a point there, and I believe it too. I do believe, like I said, the girlfriend that was on a prior interview not too long after the incident took place said that she does something. She has a reaction, an allergic reaction, and Big Cap says there should be some kind of blood. Usually with that type of swelling that's that big, there was no blue bruise on her face or none of this stuff afterward that we saw. It was only that swelling. There should be some kind of blood or something like that. You're going to see a bruise going to turn purple or black or something. There was nothing. If something swell you up that much from blunt force trauma, some blood is going to come. You got capillaries, you got things. It's going to come to the surface. And there was nothing that ever came to the surface with her with that I saw in subsequent things ever. So Big Cap had a big point right there. And that's another thing that makes me believe what I saw.
Right. But wouldn't the doctor have figured out that it was an allergic reaction?
They don't take that time with Black people, and they're not sitting around. They're not seeing her 2 or 3 days later to tell you to follow up with your physician. And I'm quite sure that she didn't do that. They're looking at her in the trauma, you're in the emergency room. They treating heart attacks, things like that. They're going to bring you in with the revolving door is still going to be spinning when you go out for stuff like that.
Got it. That makes sense.
Yeah.
Let's keep it going. Here we go.
A big lump on her face before she even entered the club that night. Okay?
Now we know that she didn't have a big lump on her face. That I know.
Didn't I say that? Didn't I say that though?
Sure did. Yes, absolutely.
Everyone wants to know what happened. We still don't know what happened to her face. But what I can say is that I want you to think about we know it's something on her face, but when did it happen to her face? No one ever thought about that. When did this happen? When?
There are people who have thought about that.
Oh, okay. Well,
there was a guy who did an entire breakdown of how her face was covered in the club. So this is a theory that was already out there. However, I want you to answer the question on a scale of 1 to 10 in terms of how
4.
hard you hit her.
4.
A
4.
4. Okay.
Yeah, 3 or 4.
3 or 4. Okay, so that's about the way that you would hit a child.
3 or 4.
With the same type of strength that you would hit a
3 or
child.
4. 3 or 4.
He doesn't know. He's not. You notice how he's not just saying yes or no. He hit her hard. I'm convinced he hit her hard.
Yeah, but as the lady said earlier, reading Big Cap's Big Cap's comment.
Thanks,
sorry.
Diamond.
Yeah, let me keep it going. If you hit somebody hard with a water bottle, that wouldn't leave. A lot to think about. Because if you can still hit somebody hard enough with the water bottle, because water is not exactly, it's not soft. It's not like we're talking about, cotton here. You see what I'm saying? You can hit somebody with the water bottle, and if anything, that would make the most believable aspect of blunt force, because it wouldn't cut the skin because it's round enough that it wouldn't, but at the same time, it would be enough force to damage some blood vessels in your face to make your face puff up. That's what I'm thinking. Let me play a little bit more of this here.
Those are my questions. People want to know why you're fidgeting so much too. They think you got a lot of nervous energy.
Oh, I got this hot ass light right by me.
Hold on. My earpiece just flew out. Hold on. I can't hear you. Hold on. My earpiece just flew when I stepped down on it. Say that again now.
I said I got this hot light. It's super fucking hot.
So you have a hot light on? Okay.
Yeah, right.
Whatever.
So you can take off your jacket. People don't even believe that it's Louis Vuitton.
Oh shit.
They don't.
No, I'm gonna take off my jacket, but now I feel played by taking off my jacket because you said that. But
no,
that's funny as fuck. The internet is fucking.
He's swearing a lot because they caught him. It's not a Louis Vuitton whatever jacket. Otherwise, he would have said it, and he would have just showed the label inside saying Louis Vuitton and said "ha ha" to everybody, because he is a narc, and he would be happy to throw something in their face.
Yeah.
Yeah, the internet.
What is this that's going on now here? Is this a Gucci hat? You can't mix Louis and Gucci together.
Notice he has the opportunity to prove everybody wrong.
Take the Louis off so you can put the Gucci on,
and he didn't.
Yeah.
He made. Notice how he took it
right now.
He made sure that he took the jacket off.
Wait. Did you hear what she just said? Did you hear what she just said? You look African right now.
I guarantee it'll come out. It'll come out that he's African. I remember when Six the Goddess was roasting this guy who claimed that he wasn't African at first, but then he roasted and he finally had to admit that he was from Nigeria. What was his name? Something like what was it? Chaotic Truth or something. And he got pissed. I don't know what it is, but these dudes that they don't want to embrace their African heritage, and they get mad when people out them for it. So why'd he put on a hat?
Who got next?
You mixing up drinks?
I'm not mixing. It's just simple lemonade.
What's going on? All right. So people want to know, have you ever dated her? He said he did not meet her before that night.
I don't even know her name. Besides, the internet told me her name.
Okay. Come on, ask your final questions, because we're gonna let him go. He's hot. He's now drinking his lemonade. He got on his Gucci hat. All right. Ask your final questions, everyone. I appreciate you coming on, and thank you for being such a good sport with the questions. Some people don't like to be questioned. So I
I felt
appreciate
like
you.
you was attacking me at first, but that's being non-biased, and I can respect that.
You felt attacked?
No, I said, but I was saying that you're being non-biased. You know what I mean? That, and that's probably why, I felt like you were trying to attack me a little bit, but
Really?
it's
Which
I'm
questions
not
did you
really
feel were attacking questions?
Is it non-biased a good thing?
It's like with left side, right pinky finger, right pinky.
I was just
Shit.
trying to. My mind is very literal, and I sometimes when
Oh.
I hear a story, I need to understand the details. Otherwise, it's just a blank space in my mind. You know, because
Does he? I don't think I'm a. It says he think he's a good guy? I'm a Gemini, and then also I'm just me. I don't know.
Oh my goodness, you shouldn't have said you were a Gemini. Because you know, of the serial killers, Gemini is disproportionately represented. Oh my goodness.
Ladies, is that true in the chat?
He ran into that.
People are so funny.
You are African, sir.
Oh my gosh, that's funny. Would you be here for the face card? Oh, why? I think that's a really good important. Why would I be here? Why would I need to speak out? Well, for 3 months, you have to understand I didn't speak. I didn't say anything. So when it comes out that I'm innocent, why wouldn't I speak? If someone's been saying things on your name, especially that can get you locked up, or
Actually, he screwed up. They didn't say he was innocent. They just said she had a problem. So
anything like that, why wouldn't you want to come out and speak your piece and let people know a little bit about you? And like, I don't hit women. You know what I'm saying? I'm not it's nothing on my record or just in my life that's not me. That's not who I am. So why would I speak out? That's why I speak out. Have I spoken out before? No, because I don't need to.
Okay.
Yes, Gemini, what's up? Where my Geminis at?
So you said that you have never in your life hit a woman.
In my life. How about no comment on that?
Well, you know what that means.
He's failing. He's failing. Women gonna come out the woodwork on him.
Yeah.
That's like when Mark Furman pulled the fifth.
Mm-hmm.
You just couldn't believe a word he said after that.
Hold up a minute now, brother.
She's so crazy.
Hold up a minute now. You said no comment on whether or not you have ever in your whole life ever hit a woman.
I've never assaulted a woman in my life. I've defended myself against a woman or a man in my life. So I want to be very specific about that.
Okay. So you're saying that unprovoked. So you're saying to defend yourself.
Oh, fuck no. I've never hit anybody, any woman or anyone unprovoked. That doesn't even register in my mind. Like,
but what's provoked?
See, yes, exactly. He's slipping out here.
Mm-hmm.
He's slipping hard and he can't see it. He has not been primed adequately to conduct this kind of thing. He thinks that, all those guys he listened to Angry Men, that they are more adept and he is a lot more adept. And he thought he could just step out here and do this to clear his name. He know he had to in his mind, but he's making more errors and he's making it worse, actually.
True. Very true.
Like, I don't even come from that, like that culture, that background, nothing around me is that type of energy. I don't even know. That's why it bothered me to think that people would believe that a woman would get hit with a brick, because where I'm from and how my proximity, I don't see women get hit with anything. I've never seen that in my life. You know what I mean? Like, it's not normal for me.
He don't watch the news. He don't look at stats. He don't see that this is happening on a regular basis. All the time that 6 of us are gone from the time he wake up to the time he go to bed. Okay, this is what I'm saying. They in the sunken place. And they just believe they just not all men's. And they live in that not all men's world. We don't live in a not all men's world. We live in the real world. And they choose to stay there and keep they live like ostriches or something. It's not Africa. You know,
Right.
and just listening to this, the redundancy, it's just irritating. You know, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, you nailed it. You nailed it.
I know now that that's a normal thing for people or society or women, like that's happening. So it educated me a lot about things that women go through, this whole situation, because I
Where are
was
you
like,
from
why
that you don't know anything about women being hit?
here? I mean, I just
Oh.
don't, that's not something that I don't have that. Like that's nothing. I've never been around a woman that's had domestic violence or anything like that.
Okay. Okay. Did you hear that your daughter's mother came out and spoke? Did you hear that?
No, my daughter's mother never came out and spoke.
Okay,
Oh,
so anybody who was claiming to be your child's mother is lying.
Yeah. My
That's gonna bite him in the ass.
oh,
That's gonna bite him in the ass.
my daughter's mother just found out about this situation today. That's how much we don't do like internet stuff. I just called her and told her I was on the news, and she said, "For what?" And I said, "Like she just found out about everything today, and it's been 3 months."
Oh wow. Give me just one quick second.
he's not ready for this.
Listen, if you have any final questions for our guests, make sure that you gather them up and please do be respectful. Okay. All right, you're back up. All right, we're going to take last few questions. If there's
I have a
any,
kid, not kids.
what'd you say?
Oh, I'm just keep reading these comments. I'm sorry.
You said that, say it again.
He's trying to read the room to see if they believe what he's saying, because they know that if the room is bad, then he's in a bad situation.
No, I was just reading the comments. I'm sorry.
Okay, and you're saying that you have one child, not multiple?
Yeah, they say he has kids. I have one child.
How old are you, by the way?
29.
Are you? Okay.
Mhm.
Because I wanted to just show you something real quick. I wanted to show you something.
Oh.
Also this court situation. I mean, they keep talking about if you go to court, what am I going to court for?
This guy can't be this stupid. You're a freaking witness, dude. I think because he didn't press charges that he thinks he's in the clear. Not realizing that he's going to be a witness in this case.
Or because the charges aren't against him. He think he's not going to have to appear. Like I said, he's not very smart. He's not very smart.
Not at
Okay,
all.
because there was interaction with him. There's going to be evidence that's going to be gathered from him. He's going to be in an interrogation room and things like that. He's not seeing this coming. It's in the pike for him. It's coming, and he's not. He's just not that smart.
Why didn't she press charges against him? I mean, he just admitted
I think
on
she
the internet.
did.
Oh, she did.
Yeah, I mean that's we. I just had the police report up a little while ago.
Oh, are you serious? So she actually filed charges against
Yeah.
him.
Yeah.
Okay, so this must have been.
I think what she did, because at the time, at least she was claiming she didn't know who it was, right?
Yeah.
But she filed a police report, and I assume that the next step would be that that I don't know how that works in a police department. Whether after they find the guy who is the alleged.
So when you file a police,
Because think about it. They wouldn't have investigated him unless she pressed charges. They don't do it for just regular complaints. You see what I'm saying?
well, unless it has some kind of scrutiny to it. This case plus, i.e., when we talked about what's his name, Jussie Smollett. Originally, Jussie Smollett never pressed charges or filed a
Well, there's nobody to press charges on.
That's right.
Well,
Because
you got to
those are
remember.
unknowns.
You got to remember, he just said I got assaulted by 2 white guys or whatever have you.
But what we're saying is that he filled out a report, but he can't press charges because they got to have somebody to press the charges on.
Well,
once they investigated it.
Once you report a crime, the police are gonna ask you, okay, what would you like us to do if we catch the suspect? What would you like us to do? Do you want us to file charges? You will say yes or you'll say no.
Right.
There are some people, especially there have been unfortunately women that have refused to press charges in cases of DV, for example.
Right.
Okay. So, like I said, you get 1 or 2 choices, and that's why I asked, did she press charges? Because if she had pressed charges, he wouldn't be doing this interview right now.
Well, no, if the laws vary from state to state. I know here in Wisconsin, you don't have to press charges. If the state chooses to take it up, they will press the charges because it's a lot of DV, it's a lot of women that are scared to press charges. If the state gets enough evidence, they'll bring those charges, and you don't have to.
Right.
You have to have.
All it have to be is an incident in a police report and something that took place. They'll take the rest and they'll file that charge and they will send you to court and they will send you to jail. They don't have to have your cooperation. And they don't ask you whether you're going to press charges, or they can ask you that, and then they know whether or not they're going to bring you into court as somebody who's cooperating or not. And if you don't, then they don't. But if they got enough evidence to can you, they'll do that. Here in Wisconsin, I don't know what they do in other states, but laws vary from state to state. But in Wisconsin, they can choose to bring it themselves, and they do it here.
The only time that's normally the case is if, say, the victim, for example, is unable to. So let's say, let's just pretend Brick Lady was in a coma.
No, I have to disagree because I've been in. I used to work in courtrooms, and basically the thing, if the state, what the prosecutors want to do, they can do.
I'm telling you, I know it. I've been in court. They do that. I know in Wisconsin, that's what they do. But again, if they got enough evidence, they're going to bring it without you. There's a lot of black men sitting in jail right now. The woman, the Pookie, you don't need to go to jail. Right. They don't listen to that. They got enough evidence. They in jail right now. They don't pull that here. It don't make a difference what you say. They are in jail right now, a whole bunch of them.
Okay, but if there's no, so answer this question.
I'm going to move forward. We got a few more. Here we go.
In terms of give me 1 second. I need to just find this real quick. Okay. It says here, right, that May 21st, 2021, Minnesota District Court had gotten you for speeding. So you were in Minnesota in 2021.
Oh, so I'm not, okay. That wasn't me. So that was not me. So that's what you're talking about. No, I don't even care. I don't mind saying. My brother is a truck driver. He used my license and he got caught in the car as a truck driver.
How did he get his license? That's number one. But let's keep it going.
And then I got a ticket for that under my name. So that's what you meant by that. I was trying to figure out, what are you talking about, Minnesota?
Does he have a twin? Is that what he's saying?
But yeah, that's what that is.
Or does he mean license plate?
Okay, well.
But I get that. So that is me, actually. So you're right. But that wasn't actually me, which that's something I need to get taken care of a little bit later this week. Yeah.
Because especially when people are saying that you two may have been in on it and then you were also in Minnesota the way she was in Minnesota. So you're saying that all of that is just.
I'm not, I don't know her.
Yeah, this sounds very fishy. The thing is that they're not stupid in these courts. They're going to ask him, especially if you're in a district court, they're going to ask you, is this your license? They don't just blindly believe like because you gave a court person your license that you can just go walk in there and then they're going to, no. This is going to be very interesting to see how this turns out.
Yeah.
Because, and a driver's license and a truck license are not the same either. So this is going to be and he's not a truck driver. He made no qualms about being a truck driver. So basically, at best, at his best case scenario is his family members lie too.
I mean, yeah, she's really Then didn't she get in a fight again with two women the next day? Or
Listen,
this girl.
you know, when we get a chance to talk to her, we'll ask her those questions because I've shown many videos about her character. I've shown many videos about the way she gets down.
Anytime soon, because hopefully
How-
she'll be in jail.
Wait a minute, what do you mean? Hopefully she'll be in jail.
She might tell a story to the cop or something. I don't know.
Okay.
Like she's literally even telling stories about the officers. Like that's crazy to me. It's Olan, and it's pronounced Olan, by the way, Olan, Olan.
I cannot. Your name is pronounced Olan.
Olan is not an American name, by the way, people. Let me see where Olan is from. Hold on one second. You guys can talk.
I got to give it to Tonya TKO because she ran it and she grilled him, and then she knows how to back up very graciously and get him comfortable again. She really proved that she's a master at this because she baited him and pulled him right out into the thick of it. Then she grilled him and then she's taking him right back in. She's good. You know, I've seen her develop over the years. She's very good at what she does.
I have to concur with your assessment. But that right there, for people in chat, that's what you call damn good journalism. And, because like a lot of times, sometimes people it seems like in the beginning, like she might have been playing softball with him in the beginning, but she wasn't really playing softball. The thing is you want to make him comfortable. You want to make whoever you're interviewing, because you want to get to the truth. You want them comfortable. You don't want them defensive. Because once they start having their guard up, it's like if you're, let's say, you're accused of a crime, for example. How does the police talk to you, right? Hey, how you doing? So I'm gonna use myself. Hey, how you doing, Darnell? How's the wife? How's the kids? Yeah, okay. Yeah, so yeah, what do you like to do? Okay, how's those 49ers doing? Yeah, and they try to throw you off guard, make you comfortable, and that's when they attack, and that's what I see her doing.
I think we're saying the same thing. That's what I said. I said her prowess was like on point. She talked to him very nice, and then she got him out into the murky waters. Then she laid waste to him, and then she walked him right back onto the shoreline, which is what she did now. And he's smiling again. She was very crafty, and she's smiling, and she's wearing her pearls, and she did it the whole way. She's a lot better, and she wasn't like this in the beginning. Like I said, I've been watching her show for a long time. So she has really grown and blossomed through this whole thing. She's good at what she does. That's what I was saying.
And you can tell she's done her research. Even she knew where this guy was from, or lived at. She already had the information. Even
right.
She would ask the question. She already had the information. She just wanted to hear what he had to say.
Exactly.
She just let him talk. And I mean, she had a couple of eye rollings that kind of gave away her position to us because we were looking. But other than that, I mean, I think she held it very well. I had to give her a hand clap myself over here. She did very well. I don't think I could have kept my position.
Yeah, everybody give Tonya TKO a hand of applause in the chat. Definitely. She rocked on this one. She rocked.
Yeah.
I'm gonna play a little bit more.
Olan.
Okay. Well, if you say, you didn't correct me earlier. Olan.
No. You gotta let it roll off your tongue a little bit.
Oh, okay. Olan. So is the last name is Douglas? Is it Douglas? Olan Douglas?
Oh my god.
Hey, Olin, how are you, man? Did
Yeah, great. Well, thank you for having me on, though. I do appreciate
Yeah.
you
It
giving
sounds
me
like
the
your phone talks to you.
Yeah, it does.
It reads comments for you because I need an app like that, so I don't have to be on out here in these internet streets.
Well, if you're on the streets, it's gonna get you caught up. So when you have this, got to make sure that you're pretty good.
So it reads comments for you online. It's reading your Instagram comments.
Yes, Instagram and messages and everything.
You're gonna have to
Mhm.
show me how you get that done because that sounds very interesting. So, in all, were we good to you here on the Tonya TKO show?
Yeah, you're my first online interview. So that's pretty cool.
So he is cloud chasing because he's looking for more.
We're gonna see what happens after here, and I don't know. I might get some merch or something. Do something positive.
See, there he goes. Cloud chasing.
What is the merch gonna say?
I ain't gonna say
Curious.
it.
I want to know what the merch is gonna say.
We're gonna say accountability. That's it.
So you in the manosphere is what you're telling me.
You said what?
You in the manosphere?
I'm not familiar with what that is, man.
I told you that's their talking point.
Yeah, he's lying now.
He's been primed.
Yep.
Okay. It's a section online where men continuously talk about how women need to be accountabilitable.
I think in this specific situation, yeah, big D energy, shit crazy. In this specific, yeah, I think so. And you know what's crazy? At this point, after what she did, they, I'm not going to say that online.
Go ahead and say it.
That's gonna go super viral. I'm gonna be
What?
cool.
Go ahead and say it. After what she did, finish your sentence. You might as well go through.
No. Because what she accused people of doing, I think that's what I think that type of person that's like that does need some type of understanding because she's wilding.
So
She's just getting she's wild.
you're saying that she deserved to get walloped?
No, I didn't say that. That didn't come out of my mouth.
What are you saying? Because you kind of hemming and hawing.
No, I just said that what she got is what she deserved. But yeah.
Wow. He just let it slip. What she got was what she deserved.
No. Why is he not in jail? I'm not in jail because I didn't do anything. That's like the number one question that I think everyone should have been answering. Like 3 months go by, they know this dude's name. So if this dude hit him with a brick and do all this and did this and do that and do this, why is he not in jail? Obviously.
There have been people who have been out of jail for murder, for deletion, I should say, for months, and then finally they get charged. So he's not out of the water. He's not out of the water. He is not out of the water. He thinks he really thinks he's safe.
It's something that's off there. Is it any person on this? I want to speak to anyone on here that was thinking I hit this lady with a brick and some type of reason that you're still doubting, or I'm just very interested. That was a good t-shirt. It was a water bottle, not a brick. That's funny. Someone just commented that. That is hilarious.
No one is gonna buy that. They might. They might.
Who would buy that? Please let me know what type of merch should I put out.
You know what? You're gonna have to finish your sentence now because people are gonna speculate on what it is that you meant.
No,
you said after what she did.
No, he already said that she deserved what she got. So I assume that includes, I mean, the most thing that's happened to her right now, she got hit by technically a brick, but let's just say a water bottle.
She had the mask on the whole time. But no, I mean, after what she did, you know, we need to have some type of mantra or some type of
How did he not notice a big knot on her head before she got in the car? That's what I'd like to know.
I was saying that, remember? It must have been to mask or hide something. This was a whole, that's what made me think this was a whole plot. What woman would go to the club with a mask on? They all together, they all conspiring. I mean, that just spells conspiracy to me. All of them were planning to do this, together. And that's what that says. And then now he's saying her face was swollen before. He never said that before. As Tonya keep poking and prodding and things. Now it comes out that her face. He didn't say. He just kept saying that she had a mask on. Now it's like her face was swollen. But this just came out now. He just started saying this. So as the plot thickens, this thing is thickening, and he's getting himself, like I said, if I could put this before, I would put all this out there. I would run it minute by minute and second, and I would have it up on a board, and I would run it. And don't let me be her defense attorney. I'm trying to tell you, I would pick him all the way apart. And he'd be right in. I'm telling you, if I couldn't get her off, he would be definitely in there with her. Because he's laying it out for himself to be in there with her, and we don't see it. I'm sorry, I'm out.
Oh, me, you know something? Me too. Any last words for anybody?
I just want to say, I gotta be honest with you. Like this guy, I don't know. He's shaky. He's not credible. He's definitely involved. Story seems to change. I barely knew her she's a known troublemaker. Why would you have this woman in your car? Especially if you don't know her. Why would you have her in your car? Well, I don't know. But definitely, the only thing I can say, DJ Torch is a great show, as always.
Thank you, sir. I appreciate that. And you're part of the greatness.
I appreciate that too.
hey, look, I will tell you one thing. The Why Seeking Knowledge was dropping knowledge tonight. I will tell you that. She's real good.
Thanks, guys. Thanks for putting up with me. I can't get on my little tirades and things like that, but this is an issue that I feel pretty strongly about. I mean, as women, she was really wrong for this, but it's a lot of wrongs in this world, and it's a lot of things that go wrong in our hood, but we do need to feel validated, and we do need to be believed, and we do need to be, you know what I mean? We need things to happen when things happen to us, and this is something that's going to get in the way. We got women that's pulling whole scams with bricks upside there. This is pretty serious. So the fact that she pulled this is not good for us as Black women. It's not. So I just had to speak out tonight.
I appreciate you doing so as well. I mean, excellent commentary from both Darnell and Why Seeking Knowledge. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for having me.
All right, everybody, I'm going to hit that beat. Here we go. All right, in the house, Indiana Mom, Blue Diamond, El Viejo Press, Why Seeking Knowledge, Darnell, Phoenix Soul, Bridget Mouton, Mr. Snoopy,
No need to say where we are heading now, babe.
Big Cat,
I follow to the edge of it all.
Miss RV. Kinsey Gaskins. VM.
So tell you goodbye. 'Cause I'll find a better one.
Wonder Woman 9D. Victory Gaming. Golden Lady.
It's not a problem. Cause I know what I'm getting into. Yes. Yeah. And nothing can stop me. No. Cause I'm addicted to what you and I realize. Either way.
Conscious Mind Love.
No need to say where we are heading now, babe. I follow to the edge of it all. So tell you good night, 'cause I'll find a better one. Yeah.
New Diamond.
Susceptible night before the moment flies. So tell you good night, 'cause I'll find a better one.
Like to thank everyone else. Catch you on the next one. Niners won. I'm out.